Good morning.
Okay, it looks like we are streaming. Gaia, are we all set?
We are. We're on live.
Terrific. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Friday, March 12th Environment Committee meeting. We have a robust agenda today, so I'll ask my co-chair if he has any comments to make before we get started.
No, ma'am. Good to go.
All right, terrific. Senator Minor, any comments today?
Good morning. Yes, just briefly, people, you may have to put on your distance glasses. Might see in the background a T-shirt that highlights some difficulties that I had during our public hearing, and it says that I was a bad boy on Zoom. And I wanted to publicly thank Gaia for the gift. I haven't seen the paperwork. I'll hope that it's under whatever the threshold is. If not, I'll share it. So anyway, thank you very much. And I think it frankly, it wasn't her fault. It was I said something, and by actually saying something, it jumped me up on the screen when she was attempting to manage a very difficult task, which is being kind of the manager of this data. Certainly nothing that we planned on last year at this time. I think we've come a long way, but I think it does highlight the difficulties with trying to manage hearings and meetings via Zoom. But nonetheless, thank you very much, Gaia. I'll try not to get it too dirty.
You're very welcome.
And live up to it.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Minor, and thank you, Gaia, for sending that to our good ranking member. That is priceless, and I can't wait to see Senator Minor donning that in the legislative office building. All right, Representative Harding.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate you allowing me the opportunity to speak today, and look forward to a good meeting with some robust discussion regarding these pieces of legislation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Just a reminder that we are not using the chat. If you have a question, simply raise your hand using underneath the reactions button, the raise hand. I believe you can also hit Control or Alt-Y in order to raise your hand, and you will be called on in the order in which you raised your hand. So with that, let's go ahead and get started. We've got item number 1. This is Senate Bill 925, an act prohibiting the import, sale, and possession of African elephants, lions, leopards, black rhinoceros, white rhinoceros, and giraffes. It is a JFS to the floor. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Representative Bresco, seconded by Representative Michelle. I'm happy to, I think the title probably says it all, but this is a ban that applies to the species named above in the title of the bill. Their parts, products, or offspring, dead body parts. There is the ability for items that were located in the state before the bill's effective date to obtain a certificate of possession through the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection within 180 days of the bill's effective date. It also provides exemptions or exceptions for museums or zoological institutions, which is the substitute language before us today in terms of the zoological edition, and also allows for the distribution of said products that have been in the state prior to this law taking effect to be distributed to beneficiaries or heirs. It exempts from the ban ivory and fossils, as I said, the import or transport or possession by a zoological institution or a circus, as well as live animals who are perhaps being transported, or those that are not live, in terms of exhibits or production for motion picture, TV, and the like. Certainly, if the permit was obtained in another state and transport through the state is necessary, that would be allowable as well. Is there any discussion? Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm concerned that this bill would be a violation of federal law. There was a similar situation, similar bill in New Jersey, which my understanding, without having read the entire bill, was very similar to the bill that we have before us. And there was a case in federal court that found that the state attempting to regulate in this area violated the Endangered Species Act because that area of law was preempted by federal law. And I believe that that this bill before us would be just as preempted and therefore void under federal law, and that I am quite certain that if this bill were to pass, there would be nearly immediate litigation, and I don't see how this could sustain a court challenge. And based on the documents that I've seen to date, it appears that this bill would fail and be voided by the federal court under the Endangered Species Act and similar federal laws. So I was wondering if the proponent of this bill had resolved that issue in some way. It does not appear to have been resolved based on what I have seen to date.
Thank you, Representative Dubitsky. I am familiar with that district court in New Jersey and that case in 2016. The court case does not seem to say that the law in New Jersey is in violation of the federal law, but rather the sportsmen were seeking exception through an exemption in the Endangered Species Act in order to propagate the species. The sportsmen claimed that by putting the dollars towards the hunt, that they would in fact be able to propagate the species, and the district court found that to be the case. That is my understanding. Similarly, Washington State passed a law by ballot initiative in 2015 that has not been disputed to date. I do not believe, nor do others, as I was, seeking some legal expertise on this. I'm by no means a lawyer, as the committee well knows, that this is not in fact in violation of federal law, is complementary of the Endangered Species Act, which provides certain exceptions under the law, and this in fact, as I said, would be a complementary law here in the state of Connecticut.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair. Reading the order, it specifically says that the act, which is the New Jersey law, is preempted by and void under Section 6F of the Endangered Species Act to the extent it prohibits any activity that is authorized pursuant to an exemption or permit provided by the Endangered Species Act. And that's exactly what we're talking about. We're talking about if somebody hunts one of the animals that are covered and gets a permit to hunt it and gets a permit to import it into the country, under this bill, it would be prohibited but under federal law, it would be permitted. So that act would be permitted under federal law, and therefore any state law that prohibited that act would be void. So, my reading is that this bill is preempted by federal law and therefore void, and I can't support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to second what you said earlier, and that I don't read this bill as being going against the ESA. I think it's actually complementary. These are sections that I don't believe I'm not reading or covered by the ESA. And also, I wanted to say that the very bipartisan caucus of the Animal Advocacy from the state of Connecticut has endorsed that bill as well, and I will be voting in favor. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. First of all, I'd like to align my comments with those of Representative Dubitsky. This bill is not new to this committee. The committee has considered language such as this in the past, and it's always had, at least in the past, a kind of an interesting path through the legislature. It's been used as an amendment to end the conversation on other similar bills of importance in the state, poison pen, if you will. It's been sent to the Judiciary Committee where it's never come back out. And I think as an individual that hears pretty regularly from the sporting community across the state, it seems unfortunate to me that we continue to pursue legislation that on its face appears not to be in compliance with ESA, may very well be unconstitutional, and yet we continue to plod along to make a point. Whether I choose to do certain things in my life or I don't, if they're legal, is my choice. I don't smoke, my choice. To my knowledge, it's not illegal yet. We may be getting there, but certainly it's not. There are businesses in the state of Connecticut that very much depend on this activity, the lawful taking of an animal. Those businesses will be impacted under this bill. I believe you can't bring it in, you can bring it through. It can't stop here. Individuals that own these items are going to be impacted. The state of Connecticut has very clear statutory language about hunter harassment, yet the continuation on the part of some, and I don't believe that language is specific to that activity in Connecticut, is very clear to me that this is going to be a struggle that some people that want to be able to lawfully practice their sport in this state are going to have to endure. I don't think this is a bill that we should be voting out of this committee. I think it's fraught with legal problems. There will be other amendments offered in the Senate to make clear that it seems punitive in its nature to me and others, and therefore there are statutory remedies should court decisions be made to try and make whole those that are going to be affected by this and have to expend their money to try and defend their right. At the very least, this bill, when it's voted out, should be sent to the Judiciary Committee and not to the floor. I've asked for that numerous times in leadership meetings, and at every point, that is not something that some individuals have wanted to consider. So I intend to oppose the bill. I don't know how many others may. There's no change that's been made to this language that makes me feel any better about it. And as I said in the onset, I don't smoke. That doesn't mean that other people that have a right to do it shouldn't be allowed to do it. And in this case, there is a very clear federal path to that right to hunt these animals, generally outside the United States, but I don't believe that's the only place it can be done. And this is really an opportunity for some people to continue, in my mind, to harass otherwise law-abiding citizens in a way that is most unfortunate. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Minor. Representative Harding.
Yes. Am I on? I apologize. Sorry about that. So yes, I just want to echo what Senator Minor and what Representative Dubinsky has said. I generally support this concept, and for that reason, I'm willing to consider to vote. I'm willing to support it out of committee today. However, I do that with the utmost caution. We should not be in the business in this legislature, as everyone knows, in passing unconstitutional legislation. And we need to ensure, as this bill moves forward out of committee, that the constitutionality of it is accurate. If not, we cannot support this. So again, I will support it out of committee today because I support the concept. But we really need to ensure that the case law that has been set here in this case, what it means to this particular bill. And if it turns out that what Representative Dubinsky and Senator Minor are saying, which I have the utmost trust in, is accurate here, we really need to be revisiting this bill. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Harding. Representative Rabinowitz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And let me, at the onset, apologize for following my two ranking members. I don't know if my hand wasn't seen or maybe I raised it a little too late. So no disrespect to my ranking members. I am very uncomfortable proceeding with voting on a bill that is, the constitutionality is in question, a bill that has been around long enough that certainly there has been ample time potentially to get a legal opinion regarding it. So, Madam Chair, if you don't mind, do you know whether or not a legal opinion has been requested as to the constitutionality of this proposal?
I do not, Representative Rabinowitz.
Okay, so thank you for your response. I would hope and respectfully request that the leadership of this committee potentially look into that as this proposal moves forward. As indicated, it is something that's been around long enough that I think it's certainly deserving of that. And my other concern certainly is there are businesses as well as individuals as regarding family heirlooms that may be impacted by this. So at the very least, I think we should make sure that it's something that we actually can take action on and then proceed accordingly. So based on the constitutional question at this moment in time, I will be voting against it. Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, my apologies to the ranking members for following them.
Thank you, Representative. Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. And again, I apologize for following my ranking members. I just a quick question that was brought up. Going through, I know this has been through the committee a number of times, and I don't see any changes that would allow family heirlooms to be passed down. Am I correct in that if this bill were to become law and found constitutional, which are two questions that are up in the air, obviously, would a family heirloom be allowed to be passed from generation to generation, if you know?
Yes, thank you, Representative. Yes, as part of this bill, family heirlooms are exempted. They would need to obtain a certificate of possession within 180 days of that heirloom being passed down.
All right. So if I'm unaware of something in my parents' possession, for example, and they may live out of state, so I couldn't register it. Passing, if my father, for example, passes and wants to give it to me, I can't take it if it's not registered. Is that correct?
You can take the heirloom, you can, or the item, you can bring it into the state of Connecticut, and you will need to obtain a certificate of possession within 180 days of possession in the state.
Okay, I understand. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Can you just point me in what part of the bill that's addressed so I can take a look? Thank you.
Absolutely, Representative. It is in section 1D.
Line.
Subsection, I don't have the line numbers, I'm sorry. Do you have it, Representative?
It's
Brewster?
line 31 through 38.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Wilson.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you very much. And I too will apologize to my ranking members for not being in the proper order here. But I just feel compelled to speak with my colleagues. I think there's just too many questions here, and the road that we're going down could get pretty dicey. So I will be a no on this as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Wilson. Okay, seeing no other hands, will the clerk please call the roll?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Senator.
sorry, I hit my raise hands button. Can I go through you again, I guess just as a clarification to the question asked about heirs
Yes,
being to transfer items? The answer to Representative O'Day's question that if the item was registered within 180 days after the passage of this bill, it can be transferred.
in terms of, I believe Representative O'Day asked me if somebody passed in the family in another state and the heir was unaware of their possession, if that item could be brought into the state of Connecticut and under what circumstance?
And
Are
so
you
if I
seeking
could,
clarity
through
to
you,
that question?
if I could, through you, pose the same question to our staff attorney. The question is, if the item was not registered in Connecticut because it was not in Connecticut, and someone wanted to gift it and bring it into the state and possess it, would that be lawful under this bill if passed? So through you to our staff attorney.
Thank you, Senator Minor. Brad, are you available to answer that question for Senator Minor?
Yes, I am. My understanding of the provisions in lines 30 to 38 is that that would be permissible. The requirement to obtain the certificate of possession from the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection occurs within 180 days after receipt of the specimen. I just wanted to clarify, rather than within 180 days of passage of this act. It's once you receive it, you have 180 days to then get your certificate.
Thank you, Brad.
And so through you, Madam Chairman, that's irrespective of whether the specimen was in the state of Connecticut within a period of time after the bill's passage, that you would have been required to register it had it been here.
Brad, could you answer that question for Senator
Yes.
Minor?
Yes, Senator Minor is correct. The language contained in those lines does not does not specify whether or not the specimen was in the state beforehand or not.
And so, last question through you, Madam Chairman. So is there any other provision by which Representative O'Day's uncle could transfer such a specimen if he were still alive through you from out of state or in state?
Senator, thank you, Senator Minor. Brad?
The language in line 31 speaks to someone being a legal beneficiary of a trust. So not simply the heir. So if the uncle in that scenario was still alive and had established a trust, then presumptively that could be passed through such a trust as is described in line 31.
Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. All right, I don't see any hands raised. Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
For Senate Bill 925, LCO 4757 to JF to the floor, Senator Cohen.
Senator Cohen is a yes. Could I just pause for 1 minute? I'm sorry, I know this isn't procedure, but
Please.
I do want to make note that we will be leaving the votes open at the end of the meeting. We will recess, and depending on the time of the end of the meeting, we will leave the votes open for an hour afterwards, which will be announced. The exact time will be announced at the end of the meeting. Thank you, Madam Clerk, and I apologize for the interruption. And I will say again, Senator Cohen is a yes.
Okay, yes. Representative Gresco,
Representative Gresco is a yes.
Senator Slabb, Representative Palm,
Rep. Palm is a yes.
Senator Minor,
Senator Minor is a no.
Representative Harding,
Representative Harding is a yes.
Representative Berger Carvalho,
Representative Berger Gervallo is a yes.
Representative Betts, Representative Callahan,
Representative Callahan is a no.
Representative Chafee,
Representative Chafee is a yes.
Representative D'Amico, Representative Dillon,
Representative Dillon is a yes.
Representative Dubitsky,
Representative Dubitsky is a no.
Representative Fishbein, Representative Fishbein, Representative Gucker,
Representative Gucker is a yes.
Representative Harrison,
Representative Harrison is a no.
Senator Haskell,
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Representative Hennessy,
Representative Hennessy votes yes.
Representative Horn,
Representative Horn votes yes.
Representative, could you say that again so I can have you on speaker view?
Sure. Representative Horn votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Kasser, Senator Kasser, Senator Kushner, Senator Kushner, Representative Michelle,
Representative Michelle is a yes.
Representative Mashinsky,
Representative Mashinsky is a yes.
Representative O'Day,
Representative O'Day is a yes.
Representative Parker,
Representative Parker votes yes.
Representative Piscopo,
Representative Piscopo votes no.
Representative Rabimbis,
Representative Rabimbis votes no.
Representative Reyes, Representative Reyes, Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Smith, Representative Wilson.
Representative Wilson
Smith votes
no.
yes.
Okay, I think I heard two. two voices, but I only saw one person. So I don't know if Representative Smith is on. I didn't see if he was on.
Yeah, I'm on.
Oh, good. I see you there, Representative. I'm sorry.
Representative Smith votes yes. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Representative Wilson?
Representative Wilson votes no.
Thank you, Representative. And Representative Young?
Representative Young votes yes.
Okay. And then I saw Representative Mike D'Amico.
Yes, thank you. We're voting on 925.
Yes, we are.
Okay, yeah, Representative D'Amico votes yes.
Yes, on 925 LCO 4757, Representative D'Amico.
Yep.
And that is the tally as it stands so far. I know we had keeping votes open, you said, Senator?
Yes, thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, moving on to item number 2, SB number 927, an act concerning revisions to the sewage spill right to know statute. It is a JFS to the floor, LCO 4934. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Senator Minor.
Second.
Seconded by Representative Gresco. Is there any discussion? Oh, let me first quickly run down the bill. Sorry, I apologize. So sewage right to know act, as we're all familiar with what happened most recently over the summer with the Mill River plant. A sewage spill occurred. Unfortunately, there was not timely notification of that spill to the town and many of the surrounding towns that would be impacted and their waterways, which prompted this bill. It would require, it expands the definition of sewage spill to include permitted sewage bypasses as well. That occurs here, increases information about sewage spill that must be posted on DEEP's website within 2 hours of receiving a report, which said report would include either rate or volume of the discharge, when the discharge ended and what steps were taken to contain the discharge. It requires sewage treatment plan and collection operators to report these spills within 2 hours of becoming aware of them, and then update those reports daily. It also increases municipal notification of these spills. Once the municipality is notified within 2 hours of the spill, they then in turn notify as appropriate the residents of their town. It also requires DEEP to develop a real-time reporting system by the end of this year, and requires DEEP to begin publishing annually and posting on its website a report of the summaries of spills that happen throughout the year. Is there any discussion? Yes, Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, just a quick question. I just read the JF language, and I'm not sure how it goes with the existing law. Is the existing law a 6-hour? Is the sewage treatment plant mandated to report any spill within 6 hours presently under current law? Is the way I thought it was.
Thank you, Representative Piscopo. And I am going to ask if our LCO, Brad, knows the answer to that question, because I do not want to give you an erroneous answer. Brad?
Sure. The current law requires it to be within 2 hours.
Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Brad. Appreciate it. I was just worried about that because I for some reason I thought they gave the operator a little longer, because usually these spills are in the middle of a bad storm. It's 1 in the morning. They're trying to, at best, to get their plant back up and running, and 2 hours seem to be jamming them a little bit. So for some reason, I thought I read 6 hours in the existing law, but I've got to get used to reading the JF language better. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments from the committee? Senator Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just wanted to be sure that, so in the town of Litchfield, for instance, the sewer treatment plant that's owned by the WPCA is in the adjoining town of Morris. And so in that case, if there was a sewer spill and it went into a segment of the Banham River that flowed from there, let's say, to Washington, Roxbury, you name it, all the way down to the Housatonic and then down to Long Island Sound. If there were an event to occur that required notification under this bill, who would have to be notified within 2 hours?
Thank you, Senator Minor. So the chief elected, it's the chief elected official or such official's designee and the local public health official of the municipality where it occurred, as well as any municipality that may be potentially impacted downstream by that spill.
And so as a
that
follow-up, Madam
factor-
Chairman, it's not just a notification to the residents of the town. It's very clearly intended to provide notification at some distance. The S language also changed permitted sewer releases because when we talked about the bill and we spoke in screening, there are permitted releases, especially in some of the larger facilities. So it might not be viewed in the eyes of an operator as a spill. It's an intentional release. And so the folks in and around Long Island Sound, the oyster farmers, were all concerned that notification should be more widespread and should be at a time when someone could do something about it, or at least know to start testing. So you don't, in essence, shut down the whole oyster industry just because no one knew. So it is a divergence from current policy. There's no doubt in my mind that this is going to require people to do things differently. But in terms of public health, impact to agriculture, impact to Long Island Sound and the rivers going into it, I do support the bill, and I'm hopeful that people will do their level best to put in place the changes that need to be put in place, so we don't end up with another bill like this next year, because I think we attempted to take steps last year and the year before about notification, and frankly, we always find, I think, that somebody didn't think they were responsible to notify anybody. So thank you. I intend to support the bill.
Thank you, Senator Minor. All right, seeing no other hands, will the clerk please call the roll?
For Senate Bill 927, LCO 4934, Senator Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Gresco,
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Senator Slapp, Representative Palm,
Representative Palm votes yes.
Senator Minor,
Senator Minor votes yes.
Representative Harding,
Representative Harding votes yes.
Representative Berger Javallo,
Representative Berger Javallo votes yes.
Representative Betts, Representative Callahan,
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Representative Chafee,
Representative Chafee votes yes.
Representative D'Amico, Representative Dillon,
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Dubitsky, Representative Fishbein, Representative Gucker,
Representative Ducker votes yes.
Representative Harrison,
Representative Harrison votes yes.
Representative Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Sorry, Senator.
No problem.
Representative Hennessy,
Representative Hennessy votes yes.
Representative Horn,
Representative Horn votes yes.
Senator Kasser, Senator Kushner, Representative Michelle,
Representative Michelle votes yes.
Representative Mashinsky,
Representative Mashinsky votes yes.
Representative O'Day,
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Representative Parker,
Representative Parker votes yes.
Representative Piscopo,
Representative Piscopo votes yes.
Representative Rabimbis,
Representative Rabimbis votes yes.
Representative Reyes, Representative Ryan.
Representative Reyes votes yes.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Smith,
Representative Smith votes yes.
Representative Wilson,
Representative Wilson votes yes.
Representative Young,
Representative Young votes yes.
Representative D'Amico.
Representative D'Amico votes yes.
That concludes the list that I have, Senator.
Representative
Chair.
Dubitsky votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, number 3, Senate Bill number 931, an act concerning emission standards for medium and heavy duty vehicles. It is a JF to the floor. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Representative Michelle,
Second.
Second.
seconded by Representative Hennessy. So this bill, as you see, is a JF to the floor. There have been no changes after the public hearing. It will require by the end of the year for our Commissioner, Katie Dykes, to assess the energy, environmental and air quality impacts of adopting California's medium and heavy duty vehicle standards in Connecticut. If she determines that adopting those standards would be necessary to meet our federal air quality standards or the state greenhouse gas reduction requirements, she can adopt regulations to implement them. Any discussion? I see Representative Dubitsky has his hand raised. Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Connecticut is a independent state. Connecticut has its own independent legislature and its own independent executive branch. I see absolutely no reason or no justification for us to adopt wholesale and in an automatic fashion the laws of another state. And if they change, our law changes without any significant review by this legislature. If we want to impose certain standards, we should review those standards independently of what California does and debate and vote on them. We shouldn't have California law written into our statutes. I think doing so is a very bad idea. It takes away the autonomy of our state. It takes away and usurps the power of our legislature. And if there were a bill to go through and adopt certain standards, that would be one thing. But just adopting whatever California does as sort of a Me Too process, I think is wrong, and I don't think we should be engaging in it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Dubitsky. I will just say that the bill does say that such regulations may incorporate by reference the California motor vehicle standards. Connecticut would need to adopt its own regulations on the matter, and so we shall see what what the commissioner would decide should this pass on that. Representative Mashinsky, followed by Representative Wilson.
Historically, the reason we often link ourselves to California is that we both are densely populated areas with people at risk of exposure. In California's case, they've got concentrated on the urban areas. In our case, we are a downwind state from everyone else. We are on the East Coast. Everything to our west passes over us. And in fact, if I remember correctly, at least half of our problem comes from out of state. So our population is at risk similarly to the California urban population. And that is why we so often track what California is doing. And nothing has changed since we started doing this. We are still an at-risk urban population at the tail end of air pollution. So for that reason, it's really a science-based reason. We should be following California's lead and protecting our kids in particular who are most at risk from the particulates. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Mashinsky, and thank you for articulating that. I think it's important for us to recognize that Connecticut is in non-attainment with our ozone standards and has been for quite some time. And it will take some aggressive action to ensure that we are in attainment. By not being in attainment of ambient air quality standards, we are putting the health of our population at risk, particularly in urban settings and settings where there is already significant pollution to air quality. Representative Wilson, you're up next, followed by Representative O'Day, followed by Senator Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question. I'm not sure where it goes to, but I'll just say through you, what studies have we done here in Connecticut to ascertain that the net carbon emissions of California standard vehicles versus Connecticut or other New England state vehicles actually emit a net lower carbon footprint? Has that been studied, Madam Chair?
Thank you, Representative. And I think by the very nature of this bill is for the commissioner to assess the impacts of adopting those standards. And I would think in doing so, they would need to determine whether or not those are the appropriate standards that would enable Connecticut to reach its goals with respect to NOx or the ambient air quality standards.
So, Madam Chair, I appreciate that comment. I would also like to comment, and just from a background growing up in an automotive family and remembering back many, many years ago when we used to import vehicles from Japan, and they had two standards. They had the California standard and they had the rest of the nation standard. The fuel efficiency of those California vehicles was significantly less than these, than the rest of the country. So the question then is, how much more fuel are we burning and how much more really net emissions are going into the atmosphere? In addition to that, it would seem to me that this is geared toward heavy vehicles, medium and heavy vehicles. And those vehicles traveling through the state, we have no control over what their emission equipment is. So I'm just wondering whether we're putting the cart before the horse here without really knowing whether we're doing something that's actually better for our environment. So I right at this point can't support this without a lot more information. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative O'Day, followed by Senator Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a brief comment. I heard some comments that we should adopt this because California is similar to Connecticut and densely populated, but California's air is impacted greatly by its own conduct. unless there's some air pollution coming in off the Pacific directly from some carbon dioxide created by a lot of whales, I think their situation is much different than Connecticut's. We're impacted greatly by surrounding states. So I'm a big local control guy, and we're listening to California. California is very different than Connecticut. And so I do not want to abdicate what's best for Connecticut by following along with California on virtually anything, especially air quality. But we all want better air quality, but California and Connecticut are very different and impacted very differently. So I'm going to vote no here and urge my colleagues to vote no as well. But thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Your comments are noted. Senator Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Representative Dubitsky, I think it was, talked about the risk of adopting emissions from another jurisdiction. And I've tried to read this a couple of different ways. And my question is there anything in this language that would prohibit the commissioner from adopting regulations more stringent than the California emissions? And if you don't know the answer to that, if our legal counsel would opine, that would be helpful.
And certainly I would love for Brad to opine. It seems to me that they could make them more stringent through the regulatory process, which could be amended, and which needs to be created here, those regulations, and then amended from time to time as stated in the bill. But Brad, could you speak to that?
Sure. The language says that the commissioner may adopt regulations to implement the medium and heavy duty motor vehicle standards of the state of California, and shall amend such regulations from time to time in accordance with the changes to such standards. I don't read that language as permitting the commissioner to be more stringent than those standards.
Thank you.
Thank you. So with respect to future changes, as long as the commissioner doesn't get ahead of the state of California, the ability to change regulations in accordance with provisions of Chapter 54, which would be through the Regulation Review Committee, would be permissible. But if the commissioner decided that we needed a more stringent set of regulations in order to meet our state greenhouse gas reduction requirements, can the commissioner do that now?
Thank you, Senator Minor. Brad, would you like to weigh in on that for us?
I would want the opportunity to review the existing authority under 22A-174. My sense of it is that the commissioner probably could do that under the broad authority that's under that section. But again, I would want an opportunity to really fully review that section of the statute in particular, and those regulations that exist under that section of the general statutes before definitively being able to say that.
Thank you, Brad.
And so lastly, I'm trying to remember here. So on line 3 where it says new, this would all be new language, including subsection 2. So the insertion of state greenhouse gas reduction requirements, is that currently in statute written that way?
I don't believe so, because it goes into adopting the medium in line 11, medium and heavy duty motor vehicle standards of the state of California. And then through line 18 talks about the California Code of Regulations that are promulgated.
So for purposes of today, I am going to join my colleagues that are opposed to this. I've never been a fan of, just adopting somebody else's regulations because they did it. It's been my experience also that this is not necessarily going to be a cost-effective thing for businesses. I think we've all received some communication from small businesses in our communities that talk about the cost of these vehicles being something in excess of $100,000. I do understand that from an auto manufacturer standpoint, it may be more cost effective to look at these types of changes nationally or as broadly as possible. But I'm not sure that just because California adopts it, you always, in fact, I'm pretty sure you don't always see those changes being implemented nationwide. Other states hold on to their home rule beliefs as well. I am going to try and go back and look at the current statutes. I think this might actually be broader than California, but I'm not an attorney. And so for that reason, I'll be opposing the bill today and look forward to perhaps some changes that we might recommend as this gets to the Senate floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Minor. And worth noting that, yes, there are some upfront costs associated with changing over a fleet. Studies show that there is a long-term cost savings with reduced O&M costs. A lot of fleets are looking to change over to either more fuel efficient, fewer emissions, electric vehicles, moving in that direction because of the long-term cost savings. So it is worth noting that many companies are moving in this direction already. And we're seeing it from some of the larger companies that have medium duty fleets. Yes, Senator Minor.
Sorry, I forgot to mention, I believe the trucking industry actually testified in opposition to the bill, for those that weren't able to listen to the testimony at the public hearing. I think that's true. And so I'm not exactly sure how the trucking industry's testimony against the bill washes with some businesses' interest in trying to wholesale change their fleet, but nonetheless, I believe their testimony was opposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Minor. All right, seeing no other hands, will the clerk please call the roll?
For Senate Bill 931, Senator Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Gresco,
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Senator Slapp,
Senator Slapp votes yes.
Representative Palm, Representative Palm, Senator Minor. Oh, Senator Minor, I think you're on mute.
Senator Minor votes no. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Guy, did you get my vote? I couldn't tell.
I did not, no.
Rep. Palm votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Harding,
Representative Harding votes no.
Representative Berger Dravallo,
Representative Berger Dravallo votes yes.
Representative Betts, Representative Betts, Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes no.
I'm sorry, Representative Callahan, I didn't see you.
Sorry about that. Representative Callahan votes no.
Thank you. Representative Chafee?
Representative Chafee votes yes.
Thank you. Representative D'Amico?
Representative D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Dillon?
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Fishbein? Oh, sorry, I apologize. Representative Dubitsky?
Representative Dubitsky votes no.
Representative Fishbein?
Representative Fishbein votes in the negative.
Representative Gucker?
Representative Gucker votes yes.
Representative Harrison? Representative Harrison? Senator Haskell,
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Representative Hennessy,
Representative Hennessy votes yes.
Representative Horn,
Representative Horn votes yes.
Senator Kasser, Senator Kasher, Senator Kushner, Representative Michelle,
Representative Michelle votes yes.
Representative Mashinsky,
Representative Mashinsky votes yes.
Representative O'Day,
Representative O'Day votes no.
Representative Parker,
Representative Parker votes yes.
Representative Piscopo,
Representative Piscopo votes no.
Representative Rabimbis,
Representative Rabimbis votes no.
Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes votes in the affirmative.
Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Smith.
Representative Smith votes yes.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Wilson,
Representative Wilson votes no.
Representative Young,
Representative Young votes yes.
and then I think I saw Representative Harrison come back in the room. Okay.
My apologies.
course.
Something happened with the wind and, are we voting on SB 931?
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to double check. Thank you. Representative Harrison votes no.
Thank you. That concludes my tally.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, item number 4, House Bill 6499, an act concerning radiation security. It is a JFS to the floor. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Representative Hennessy.
Second.
Seconded by Representative Palm. This bill is a JFS. The substitute language simply removes section 4 with respect to penalties as are already outlined in 22A-158C and therefore unnecessary for the purposes of this bill. It would align us with 40 other states across the country, including all of those in New England, where we would enter into an agreement, state status with the Federal Nuclear Regulatory Commission, allowing our state to have regulatory authority over certain radioactive materials. It does result in a fiscally positive revenue producing situation for the state of Connecticut. It also would require that the commissioner adopt regulations regarding the use and remediation of radioactive materials. And it also allows for DEEP to hire consultants that may be necessary to implement the law and standards. Is there any discussion? All right, seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll? Gaia, will you please call the roll on number 4, HB 6499?
Yes, with LCO 5013. Senator Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Gresco,
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Senator Slapp,
Senator Slapp votes yes.
Representative Palm,
Representative Palm votes yes.
Senator Minor,
Senator Minor votes no.
Representative Harding,
Representative Harding votes yes.
Representative Berger Javallo,
Representative Berger Javallo votes yes.
Representative Betts, Representative Callahan,
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Representative Chafee,
Representative Chafee votes yes.
Representative D'Amico,
Representative D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
I'm sorry. Oh, okay. I did see you, Representative. Thank you. Representative Dubitsky,
Representative Dubitsky votes no.
Representative Fishbein,
Representative Fishbein votes no.
Representative, could you say that one more time so I can see you?
Sure, Representative Fishbein votes no.
Thank you. Representative Gucker,
Representative Gucker votes yes.
Representative Harrison,
Representative Harrison votes no.
Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Hennessy,
Representative Hennessy votes yes.
Representative Horn,
Representative Horn votes yes.
Senator Kasser, Senator Kushner, Representative Michelle.
Representative Michelle is
Sorry, Representative, you cut out at the end. Would you say
Representative
that?
Michelle votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Mashinsky,
Representative Mashinsky votes yes.
Representative O'Day,
Representative O'Day votes no.
thank you. Representative Parker,
Representative Parker votes yes.
Representative Piscopo,
Representative Piscopo votes no.
Representative Rabimbis,
All right, I feel. Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't have Representative Rabimbis. I have too many people off their mics. I'm just going to say Representative Rabimbis one more time. I just want to make sure there's other mics off. Representative Rabimbis, Representative Reyes.
Representative Reyes votes in the affirmative.
Thank you. Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Smith.
Representative Smith votes yes.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Wilson,
Representative Wilson votes no.
Representative Young,
Representative Young votes yes.
and I saw Representative Rabimbis. Representative Rabimbis is for 6499. House
Yes,
Bill.
thank you very much. Representative Rabimbis votes no.
Thank you. That concludes my list, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And moving on to item number 5, HB 6. Oh, Representative Harding, did you have a question, or are you in preparation for the next bill?
It's in preparation for the next bill, but if Madam Chair would just give me the indulgence really quickly, would you mind?
Sure, go ahead, Representative.
So I think, with this Zoom format, it's hard to tell when individuals are going to speak and when not, as unlike in person. So as you can see, there was a number of no votes on that last bill. I just wanted to if you would give me the indulgence, just quickly explain very briefly what the general concern was with many of the no votes.
Sure, thank you, Representative, please.
I thank you, Madam Chair. So I just think there's I was a yes vote, but with much trepidation. We needed to work on this bill and clarifying much of the language and as it moves on in the process. And I think part of those things is we all believe in addressing radiation in our environment. Obviously, any reasonable legislator would agree with that, as I do. However, that particular bill that we just voted on, I think there's much concern among some of my colleagues, many of my colleagues, in regards to what that bill would encompass and what regulatory authority DEEP would have in regards to this bill. Going as far as X-ray machines at certain offices and essentially issuing inspection regs and fines and fees related to that. These are things that I think we just need to address as we move forward on this bill. And I think that's the reason why you saw many no votes on that measure. So I do appreciate the time, Madam Chair, to allow me the opportunity to explain some of that. And I do apologize. I did not have a quick enough trigger to press the hand button. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. So noted. Okay, item number 5, HB 6502, an act concerning the use of certain polystyrene products, the availability of single-use straws, the release of certain balloons, and the compostable nature of single-use produce bags. It is a JF to the floor. Could I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Representative Michelle, seconded by Representative Hennessy. So this bill, we are no stranger to this bill in the committee, although typically made up of separate bill numbers, all addressing single-use plastics in our environment, and certainly the environmental considerations that go along with helium balloons. So Section 1 requires that school districts develop a plan by July of 2022, and within that plan needs to be the discontinued use of the trays, styrofoam trays that may be used in cafeterias by July 1 of 2023. Similarly, in Section 2, this bill would prohibit, beginning in July 2023, the use of single-use expanded polystyrene containers in restaurants and catering businesses. There are a couple of exceptions. And in section number 3, a little bit different this year than we've seen in the past. It does not ban single-use plastic straws, but does prohibit restaurants beginning in January of 2022 from providing a customer with a straw unless the customer requests one. An exception to this law would be persons of disability would be able to receive a straw without requesting one. In terms of helium balloons in Section 4, current law limits releases of helium balloons 10 or more. This law would make it all encompassing. So any intentional knowing release or organizing the release of helium balloons would be banned and in violation of the law. Section 5 is a single-use produce bag study, which would require the commissioner, together with CASE, the Connecticut Academy of Science and Engineering, to study and determine whether compostable single-use produce bags do not adversely impact the environment, and therefore may be something that the committee would want to consider in terms of replacement. I see there is discussion. Representative Harding, followed by Senator Slack.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And my biggest concern here is the impact this would have on our restaurants. No one in this committee needs to, everyone in this committee understands the hardships many of our local restaurants, our small businesses are going through due to the COVID pandemic. Many of these restaurants are struggling to keep their doors open, unfortunately. Many of them have moved to a model of all takeout and no dining in, unfortunately, for obvious reasons during this pandemic to keep everyone's health and safety. And due to that, the revenues that many of these restaurants have dropped have been incredibly, unfortunately, drastic. And we all know restaurants throughout our district that have shut their doors, unfortunately, due to revenue loss during this pandemic. And so my biggest concern here is implementing legislation that would put further costs and mandates on these restaurants just as they're trying to open their doors once again and trying to make some level of profit, which unfortunately many of them have been unable to make now for over a year. And I just think that although this is a very important environmental initiative, which I support, and I have supported in the past, I've voted for this legislation in previous years, I just have serious reservations regarding the implementation of this on our local small business, small restaurants during this pandemic. Unfortunately, as we all know, we're still in this pandemic. And I have hope, as we all do, that by next spring and this upcoming spring and summer and into the next year that we're going to be on the other side of this and we're going to be operating close to normal. That would be fantastic. I think we all hope for that. But unfortunately, we're unsure of that. None of us know that for sure. And this could last longer than we all expect, unfortunately. We all hope not, but it certainly, unfortunately, is possible. And because of that, I think that we are really putting a burden on some of these restaurants a little too quickly in the middle of a pandemic. I think that the prudent thing to do as a legislature now in regards to this mandate and increased costs on our private restaurants is to wait till we're on the other side of this pandemic, hopefully by next session. And then I would fully support this legislation moving forward next session. However, as we sit now, this is going to be implementing the law as of now. And I do understand there's a 2-year layout. So this wouldn't be implemented until 2023. But again, in my opinion, the prudent approach here, in my opinion, would be to wait till we're on the other side of the pandemic and then implement this legislation. So with that being said, Madam Chair, I do have an amendment. I believe the clerk has sent it out, or if not, Madam Clerk, could you send that out?
I don't know if I have that, but I will certainly look to see if I have the amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I just.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and I apologize. I know how much work you're doing in a very difficult situation, so thank you for all you're doing. I guess the procedure would be, and this is through you, Madam Chair, I assume we would allow Madam Clerk to send out the amendment to all the members. Is that the process through you?
Representative Harding, do you have a written amendment, or are you presenting a verbal amendment?
So I believe the clerk is in possession of a written amendment. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes, I just have opened the email and have forwarded that over, and I can read is what you're asking of me is to read the title?
I believe what I was asking, again, I apologize if I'm speaking out of turn because I quite don't know how we're doing this process now with Zoom. If maybe to send it by email to all the members, but I guess ultimately it would be up to the chair on how we would want to proceed with this.
Thank you, Representative Harding. Could I just ask LCO what the procedure is for written amendments in this virtual world that we're living in here?
Well, the rules require that if a formal written amendment is prepared, that it be available to members beforehand. And I think that we've just received it in our email. But I think having reviewed it, certainly the member could also offer it as an oral amendment, as I understand the amendment. It's to strike section 2 and renumber the remaining sections accordingly. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct, Attorney Towson. So if the chair would allow me, I could, and it would make things a little easier for everybody, I could certainly offer that as a verbal amendment, if that's acceptable to you, Madam Chair.
Yes, Representative, why don't you go ahead and offer up a verbal amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So
Second.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, I'd like to second that I think needs to be seconded. Then I would ask that when the vote's taken, it's taken by roll.
Senator Minor, if you could just wait to second it until the amendment has actually been made, that would be ideal. Thank you.
I thought he made it.
Madam Chair.
Not yet. He was just going to read the amendment verbally.
Madam Chair, point of order. If my understanding is that our legal counsel has said that the amendment has to be received beforehand. I'm inquiring as to the interpretation of beforehand. The individual has not actually offered an amendment. It would be physically possible for this written amendment to be submitted beforehand, given that it is in the clerk's possession. So to put the ranking member in the position of having to now convert his prepared amendment into an oral amendment, I don't think is within the spirit, but I defer to legal counsel on that issue.
Thank you, Representative Fishbein. I certainly, again, not a lawyer. I don't quite see the difference if the amendment simply is to strike section 2, if the representative simply wants to let all members know what that amendment is. But I certainly would defer and ask LCO if, to clarify the rules there.
Madam Chair, just to be clear, we're setting precedent here, and this is not the only amendment that we're going to be dealing with as we move forward. And I have found it to be helpful if the clerk has the amendment is shared on the screen, and then, myself, my fellow members can see, when we're striking a particular portion of language, let's say, to put the burden on those running the amendment to orally convey, I don't think is just, and I don't think it's in the spirit of our openness and transparency. So I just put that forward. We're creating a precedent here. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Fishbein. And I appreciate everybody's patience as we navigate these uncharted waters and understand that most amendments in this virtual time during committee meetings will in fact be verbal amendments, but I understand that Representative Harding actually has a written amendment, and I would just ask LCO if it is proper procedure to show that amendment on the screen by either having the clerk share her screen to provide that information to the rest of the committee, or what proper procedure would be, since we were not in possession of this amendment prior to the meeting.
Sure. Ultimately, matters of procedure are determined by the chairs of the committee, so that the chairs of the committee can set forth the manner by which an amendment may or may not be offered, and that can be determined by the chairs and either approved or disapproved by a majority of the committee. So ultimately, it's up to the chairs to first determine how amendments should be offered in this setting, if you will. And I think that regardless of whether an amendment is submitted in a written format or offered orally, that generally it's been the custom to have the amendment read so that members can hear what the amendment is actually doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Representative Harding, did you have a comment?
Yes, I mean, just for today's purposes, I can certainly just explain the amendment based upon its simplicity. If Madam Chair would like me to do that for today's purposes, just to avoid any, vote or anything else in this matter.
You know what, Representative Harding, I appreciate that, and I'd like to waylay some of Representative Fishbein's concerns and just say that I am not, by doing so, creating precedent for the committee. I am simply asking you to state this verbally so that I don't need to recess the meeting and confer with my co-chair about how to handle this at this juncture. But would love it if you could just simply provide verbally your amendment to the committee so that all committee members are made aware. And should it be moved and seconded, we can appropriately take a vote with knowledge of its content.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will do so. So, Madam Chair, I make an amendment to strike section 2 of this bill. And effectively what that would do is remove the ban on the clamshell polystyrene takeout packaging to allow restaurants to continue to use that if they deem it necessary based upon the cost they may be, unfortunately, or excuse me, the slim, if any, profit margins they're dealing with right now during COVID. So that is my motion. That is my amendment, Madam Chair.
Okay, is somebody seconding Representative Harding's motion for an amendment?
As Representative Wilson, I'll second the motion.
Thank you, Representative Wilson. And I am going to start off the discussion on this. I will not be voting yes on this amendment. I am requesting a roll call vote on the amendment. I too, as a small business owner, have concerns about ensuring that businesses, particularly restaurants, get back on their feet on the heels of a global pandemic, the likes of which our generation has not experienced before. As such, I've introduced multiple pieces of legislation to try and help small businesses, and I think I can, I think all of my colleagues have experienced the phone calls and the want and need to help these businesses get back on their feet. It was with this in mind that we pushed out the date of this section to July 1st of 2023, knowing that businesses will need time to bleed through inventory and to ensure that their bottom lines, come back to levels that they were pre-pandemic. I would also say that we know that expanded polystyrene is incredibly harmful to our environment. We have evidence that it's also harmful to health, though not certainly of the purview of this committee to be talking about the public health nature of this, but certainly a public health concern as with respect to the environment. There is currently no recycling available for these expanded polystyrene products. In states where there is recycling capability, we see only about 10% of the product being recycled. Therefore, it lives forevermore in our environment, not breaking down and causing harm to soil health and the air quality, just health in general. And so it is for those reasons that I am going to vote no on this amendment, with the hopes of JFing this bill out of committee today in its entirety. I will say that there are market forces at play here. I am seeing it in my own small business. People want to see business owners using environmentally friendly products to serve their food, and do not want to see that they're contributing in any way to the detriment of our environment. And so I think businesses are generally moving in this direction anyway, trying to do the right thing, and cost considerations are definitely things that we have to keep in mind here, and as such we have pushed the date to July 1st of 2023. With that, I would encourage my members and all members of this committee to vote no on the amendment, knowing that we are doing all we can to ensure that the small businesses involved here aren't dealing with this for 2+ years. Any other comments? I see Senator Slack, you've had your hand up since prior to the amendment. Did you want to make some comments on the amendment, or is that on the bill itself?
I'll hold my comments till we discuss the underlying bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Harding, followed by Senator Minor.
If I may, Madam Chair, I could let Senator Minor go first. This doesn't matter either way, but actually, I'll speak. The only reason I raised my hand is I thought that there was no one else raising their hand at the time. I just wanted to conclude my argument. But with that said, Madam Chair, thank you. And I do appreciate, Madam Chair, your comments and your work in regards to small businesses. There's no question how hard you work for those areas in your district, and your expertise in this. My opposition, or excuse me, my amendment here just simply stems from the fact of where we currently sit. We have an ability, and I would support, if we're outside of this pandemic when we come back next session, to implement this in 2023. My suggestion here is that we wait till we're outside the pandemic to implement it prior to doing it now, when we don't quite know when this pandemic will be over. And we quite don't know when restaurants will be able to get back on their feet, and to add increased costs, and in some cases, potentially significant increased costs on restaurants, particularly restaurants providing takeout during this time period. I have serious reservations regarding that. And I would urge my fellow committee members to support this amendment, to allow the other good provisions of this bill to move forward, and to come back when hopefully we're outside the pandemic, and then implement this. And at that time, hopefully we could implement it in July 1, 2023. But to do it now to our restaurants, I just don't believe is a prudent step to take. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Minor, followed by Representative Mashinsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, my support of this amendment is for a couple of reasons. One, I think Representative Harding has made the case that this is a segment of our state, business segment within our state, that has seen significant losses in income. I haven't spoken with one restaurant, and surely you may be in a very different situation in yours, but I have not spoken with one restaurant, whether they sell meals at $100 a plate, or whether they sell meals at $15 a plate, that has not been significantly adversely impacted by this pandemic. I think there are some, I don't want to characterize them all as fast food restaurants, but certainly they don't meet the definition that seems to flow throughout this bill with regard to full dining experience, or in this case, certainly a restaurant. We've gone through great efforts, I think, in the bill to carve out butchers and those that might supply raw meat to either a caterer or a restaurant. But nonetheless, this is going to affect every restaurant that meets whatever definition restaurant has. Provisions of the bill seem to involve local health districts. So under Section D, local health district could actually enforce this. And in fact, those are the same health districts that enforce things like whether or not food is maintained at a certain temperature within a restaurant. Certainly styrofoam, as imperfect as it may be in terms of emissions once combusted, imperfect as it may be if not properly disposed of, there's no doubt that it is quite perfect in terms of maintaining temperature. Like most of the members of the committee, I'm sure, in an effort to keep some businesses afloat, my wife and I have ordered out on numerous occasions. And in some occasions have come back to the house with what I would call a substandard containment vessel, only to find that the seat on my pickup truck now has tomato sauce in it. We should not imagine that the world in the next year or two is going to be back to normal in all cases. And I think that there are some people who will continue to buy things through takeout because they believe, for whatever reason, that may be the safest way, it may be the most effective way for them to bring home food to their family instead of going out. I think taking this section out of the bill allows the remaining sections to move forward through the process, makes the bill less weighty in terms of what we're trying to do at this time. And I think for all those reasons, the amendment is worthy of support. And certainly I would join others in taking a look at this item again, and may very well be in a different place in terms of my opinion, especially if we look at some of the other uses for styrofoam. But for today, I'm inclined to support the amendment, and I thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Minor. And I might argue that polystyrene single-use containers are in fact substandard containment vessels, just by their nature and the harm they do to our environment. And I'm very pleased to say that I too have been working to support local restaurants by ordering takeout frequently, much to the chagrin of my bank account, but so very necessary to support our local businesses, especially during these difficult times. And I cannot think of one occasion over the past year that I have received a polystyrene container from these restaurants, which is terrific news because it means that restaurants are paying attention. They're incorporating these changes already into their bottom line. And I talked a little bit about market forces. I think customers are requesting that businesses that do use expanded polystyrene containers move away from those products for both health and environmental concerns. And so I'm pleased to see that movement in the market. This bill, again, this section of the bill keeps in mind the level of financial constraints that these businesses have been under over this past year and pushes the prohibition out to July 1st of 2023. I see Representative Mashinsky has her hand up for comments or questions on the amendment.
Sure, Madam Chair, and thank you for pushing out the date to 2023, which is more than fair. I would urge a no vote on the amendment for several reasons. First, New York State to our west, big market, they've already made this change and theirs takes effect in 2022. So we're giving our state an extra year to make the transition. Many of the restaurants have already made the transition. They're using coated paper stock, and there's food I can take out in Wallingford right now that comes in coated paper rather than polystyrene foam. Another problem with the foam is that it's basically a soap bubble as far as recycling goes. It's a lot of air and a little bit of product, so it's not financially worth it to collect it and ship it to be remanufactured. It's like shipping a lot of soap bubbles. That's why you don't see it in recycling. It just doesn't work financially. And on the other hand, you're buying something for one meal for your family. And I support the restaurants here too during the pandemic, but you're taking the food home to your family. You're going to eat it within a half hour, and you're using a product that's going to last years for basically what you need is 20 or 30 minutes worth of time. We should be moving away. Many of the restaurants have already made the transition, and giving the remainder of restaurants till 2023 is more than fair to get them ready to go through the remaining supplies and then order the coated paper stock or whatever it is they're going to be their substitute. So, Madam Chair, I think you've been bent over backwards to help the restaurants get ready for this transition. And we know New York is going to be making the transition. No reason for us not to do it. So I urge a no vote on the amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Mashinsky. Seeing no other comments on the amendment or questions, will the clerk please call the roll on the amendment?
On amendment LCO number 3323, Senator Cohen.
Senator Cohen votes no.
Representative Gresco.
Representative Gresco votes no.
Senator Slapp.
Senator Slapp votes no.
Representative Palm?
Representative Palm votes no.
Representative Palm, would you mind saying that one more time so I can get you on speaker view?
Representative Palm votes no.
Thank you. Senator Minor?
Senator Minor votes yes.
Representative Harding?
Representative Harding votes yes.
Representative Harding, would you mind saying that one more time? Just so I
Sure,
can have you on
absolutely.
speaker? Thank you.
Representative Harding votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Berger Carvalho?
Representative Berger Carvalho votes no.
Representative Betts? I'm sorry, Representative Callahan?
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Representative Chafee?
Representative Chafee votes no.
Representative D'Amico?
Representative D'Amico votes no.
Representative Dillon?
Representative Dillon votes no.
Representative Dubitsky?
Representative Dubitsky votes yes.
Representative Fishbein?
Representative Fishbein votes yes.
Representative Gucker?
Representative Gucker votes no.
Representative Harrison?
Representative Harrison votes yes.
Senator Haskell?
Senator Haskell votes no.
Representative Hennessy?
Representative Hennessy votes no.
Representative Horn?
Representative Horn votes no.
Senator Kasser?
Senator
Kush-
Kasser votes no.
Sorry, Senator, I didn't know that you were on the line. Would you mind saying that one more time so I can catch you on the screen?
Sure. Senator Kasser votes no.
Thank you very much. Senator Kushner? Representative Michel?
Representative Michelle votes no.
Representative Mashinsky?
Representative votes no.
Representative O'Day?
Representative O'Day votes yes, please.
Yes, sir. Representative Parker?
Representative Parker votes no.
Representative Piscopo?
Representative Piscopo votes yes.
Representative Verbimbis?
Representative Rabimbis votes yes.
Representative Reyes?
Representative Reyes votes no.
Representative Ryan?
Representative Ryan votes yes. Votes no, excuse me, votes no.
Representative Smith?
Representative Smith votes no.
Representative Wilson?
Representative Wilson votes yay.
Representative Young?
Representative Young votes no.
And then I see that Representative Betts is in the room.
Yes,
Representative
thank
Betts
you,
is-
Madam Administrator. I vote yes.
Yes, for LCO 3323.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes my votes, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Smith. When you're ready, could you announce the tally, please?
Of course. I have 19 no and 11 yes.
Thank you. The amendment fails. Senator Slack.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to speak about the underlying bill just very quickly and about the part about plastic straws. And, you know, as strong an advocate as I am for the environment, I did have some concerns in earlier iterations of this bill and earlier sessions that would, you know, outright ban them because of the, I think, unintended consequence that that action might have on folks, certain folks with disabilities. So I'm really pleased and grateful for you, Madam Chair, and for Representative Gresco and other leaders of the committee, you know, who have made adjustments and have really been cognizant of that while we want to protect our environment, you know, we also need to be sensitive to folks who may have some challenges. So I'm hopeful that this bill, strikes that balance, and I do appreciate your consideration and listening to folks in the community with disabilities. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Slab, and thank you for bringing that up because, yes, prior iterations of the bill were outright bans. We did hear from the disabled community and worked very hard to strike that balance. So I appreciate those comments. We've got Representative Harding followed by Senator Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I promise for the last time on this bill. I just want to reiterate, again, what I've already reiterated many times regarding related to my amendment. And with that language still in the bill, unfortunately, I cannot support it. And it's unfortunate because these other aspects of the bill I've supported in the past, and I still continue to support. As I've said before, I do support banning polystyrene across the board, including takeout for restaurants. I just question whether or not this is the right time. And because of that, and because of what the restaurant industry is currently going through, I just can't support the underlying bill as much as I'd like to. So thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm on mute. Sorry about that. Thank you, Representative Harding. Senator Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I wanted to, take the committee back to Section 3, which is the single-use straw ban. We heard testimony in the public hearing, still voicing concerns that this language doesn't necessarily fix the problem. And I think that is true. There's no provision in this that I can see where an operator or an owner could provide a single-use straw to an individual unless they make a judgment, right? So unless I've determined that the individual sitting at the table is disabled, it's always subject to challenge. The fact that the straw was offered, we don't allow, I believe, in my read of it, for the restaurateur or staff of the restaurant to inquire. Do we allow in the bill an opportunity for a waiter or waitress to inquire whether I want a straw under the provisions of this bill through you if I am not disabled?
That is not specifically called out in the language. What is called out is that the restaurant owner may provide, or operator, wait staff may provide a straw upon request.
Right. So in line 96, we require an individual to ask. So before my waiter could actually put a straw down, I have to ask for it. Is that correct?
That is my read of the bill.
And I think the testimony that we heard the other night is that the concern on the part of the disabled community is the mere fact that someone would have to ask for something that would make their life equal to someone who is not disabled in terms of whatever the aspect was, is a violation. Certainly they take it as being problematic. Now, I don't know about you, but my district is full of individuals, disabled and non, and I certainly wouldn't want to be in a position of trying to determine by sight whether someone's disabled or by anything else. And that's part of the problem with this bill. I understand people's dislike for plastic. I understand people's feeling that these are not necessary, or there are other options that might be just as effective. But I'm pretty sure this section does not fix Senator Slapp's problem in terms of whether or not this still causes an issue for disabled or mine, and he can certainly speak for himself. But we did hear testimony that this doesn't fix it. Why we continue to push language that some believe does is beyond me. The last section of the bill deals also with an opportunity to get a whole bunch of plastic, petroleum-based, 100% petroleum-based, certainly, bags out of our environment. And I heard a lot of opposition during the public hearing, such that this had a minimum, at best, content of petroleum-based, and therefore we shouldn't be going down this road. The language that's in the bill calls for those products being able to make application to go through another series of tests that might satisfy somebody, but there are already worldwide tests and other national tests that have been accepted by other jurisdictions, I think most namely California, perhaps, which seems to be, at least in the case of emissions of medium-duty trucks, almost God. But in this case, God help us if we follow their path for these types of collection systems, I'll call them. The other day, just so there's no worry, I opted not to take any plastic bags in my endeavors at the grocery store, and walked around with the asparagus in my hand so that it didn't end up in the bottom of the basket or somewhere else. So I just don't understand why we continue to put undue pressure on an industry that may actually bring benefit to Connecticut and society, that being of those types of film producers that could, in fact, provide us with an opportunity to put things in a container, a plastic, not plastic petroleum necessarily, but plastic container, and have it disintegrate with the rest of the vegetables that we put out in our compost. So for today, I am opposed to 6502. I think the passage of the amendment would have taken me a long way in reconsidering. But for that and the, I think, concern about the disabled and straws, I am opposed to that bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Minor. I will say this bill does change, where we were at in prior iterations of the bill with respect to straws, because what it does not do is require only disabled individuals to request a straw. It requires all individuals to request a straw. These straws are not being banned, which we heard overwhelmingly from the disabled community. Conversely, what we heard from an individual from the Legal Rights Project who still shared concerns, and I believe that those are the concerns that you are mentioning today. But we have, in fact, worked with the disabled community since that iteration in 2019, keeping in mind comments that we received, letters that we received, suggested language that we received, taking all of that into account, and therefore came up with this current iteration of the bill. With respect to the produce bags, I will say what we're talking about here are produce bags, and whether or not we need to make a switch to a more environmentally friendly product. And I believe it would behoove the state to understand whether or not this product that we might potentially deem more environmentally friendly is in fact more environmentally friendly. This amongst news that Australia is potentially banning biodegradable products because they do not believe that they are environmentally friendly. This on the heels of hearing testimony from the producers of such products that they do not degrade in the oceans for up to 8 months. These are still environmental concerns and they should be researched, and we should take all of them into consideration before we make an assumption and we create laws that would require grocery stores to purchase these bags at an increased cost. We should understand whether there is in fact still a cost to the environment that we would be trying to save in enacting such legislation. And so I think it is a prudent measure to study these products and determine whether or not they are in fact environmentally friendly or are better for the environment than the alternative. And so that's what that language does there. Are there any other questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
For House Bill 6502, Senator Cohen.
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Senator Cohen, if I could have you do that just one more time, please.
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Gresco,
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Senator Slapp,
Senator Slapp votes yes.
Representative Palm,
Representative Palm votes yes.
Senator Minor.
Senator Minor votes no.
Senator Minor, if I could have you just do that one more time, please.
Senator Minor votes no.
Thank you.
You see my t-shirt?
I do. I love it. Representative Harding,
Representative Harding votes no.
Representative Berger Giavalo,
Representative Berger Giavalo votes yes.
Representative, can I have you do that one more time to have you on speaker view?
Representative Berger Giavalo votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Betts,
Representative Betts votes no.
Representative Callahan,
Representative Callahan votes no.
Representative Chafee,
Representative Chafee votes yes.
Representative D'Amico,
Representative D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Dillon,
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Dubitsky,
Representative Dubitsky votes no.
Representative Fishbein,
Representative Fishbein votes no.
Representative Gucker,
Representative Gucker votes yes.
Representative Harrison,
Representative Harrison votes no.
Senator Haskell,
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Representative Hennessy,
Representative Hennessy votes yes.
Representative Horn,
Representative Horn votes yes.
Senator Kasser,
Senator Castor votes yes.
Senator Kushner, Representative Michelle,
Representative Michelle votes yes.
Representative Mashinsky,
Representative Mashinsky votes yes.
Representative O'Day,
Representative O'Day votes no.
Representative Parker,
Representative Parker votes yes.
Representative Piscopo,
Representative Piscopo votes no.
Representative Verbimbis.
Representative Verbimbis votes no.
I'll just have you do that one more time, Representative.
Representative Verbimbis votes no. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes votes yes.
Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes yes.
I'm sorry, Representative, I didn't catch you. I think the service was glitchy.
You're calling me glitchy.
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Smith,
Representative Smith votes yes.
Representative Wilson,
Representative Wilson votes no.
Representative Young.
Representative Young votes yes.
That concludes my vote tally.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, item number 6, House Bill 6501, an act concerning the streamlining of certain programs of the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. It is a JFS to the floor. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Representative Hennessy, second. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, I think it was seconded by Representative Gresco first. So thank you both. Okay. Basically, this is an agency bill with many components, making some changes. Among them are clarifying that aquaculture structures that are approved by Army Corps of Engineers are exempt from state permits. It allows municipalities to have their own noise control ordinances, not requiring their approval as in the past. It makes some changes to the state forest fire protocols, which strengthen them. It will allow pesticide certifications that have lapsed for less than a year to be recertified without examination again. It will allow DEEP to register and renew pesticide registration fees on an annual basis, or as in current practice in 5-year cycles. It will also allow DEEP to set annual fees for people and municipalities operating under DEEP general permits after October 1st of this year. And it requires, rather than allowing that a petition for a hearing that's signed by 25 people to designate someone who's authorized to withdraw that petition if discussions between the two parties have resulted in resolution. Is there any discussion, any questions? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll? Senator Minor, did you have a question on this bill?
Madam Chairman, thank you. Out of respect for the administrator, I think most of us have to slide our pointer across the screen to raise our hand to use notice. So if we could just be a little slower maybe on the trigger there, I would appreciate it. I think there are a lot of things in this bill that are good. Certainly we've been after the compact language for years. The agency has been. I think there's some people that are concerned about the level of detail in the electronic data collection for pesticide use. May not be what they would like to have. I suspect if you go back in the archives, there's probably shortcomings in that data collection, not because someone chose to do it that way, but because it was not something we asked for. And more often than not, agencies have to work within the confines of the dollars they have. If I have a concern about this bill, it is in the area around the noise section. My fear is that municipalities are somehow going to pass an ordinance, and the presumption is going to be that they're going to get on the horn and they're going to call the DEP, and somehow the DEP is going to, in this case, slap a boat in the water, let's say, to go to Banham Lake and enforce a local noise ordinance. DEP doesn't have enough people right now to do what we've already asked them to do. I would hope that as municipalities venture down this path, they realize that it may not actually bear the kind of fruit that it wants. And they may actually have local lake authorities that are going to have to enforce it or some other provision. I just don't think we have the personnel. It's one of the reasons that I wasn't excited about providing the authority for radiation, a new radiation security section. I think almost monthly I hear from constituents that can't get permits out of this agency. Some things have been going on for years. In fact, I corresponded with the commissioner the other day. So I'm inclined to support the bill. I do think that section is going to be somewhat problematic as the bill moves forward, especially if it does become law, recognizing that the state just can't enforce all this stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Minor. And just to clarify, that is section 4 of the noise ordinance, which the intention is to repeal the need for DEEP's approval of such ordinances as long as they are at least as restrictive as state ordinances, or state statute rather, or state regulation. So that is what is intended there. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
For House Bill 6501, LCO 4756, Senator Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Gresco,
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Senator Slapp,
Senator Slapp votes yes.
Representative Palm,
Representative Palm votes yes.
Senator Minor,
Senator Minor votes yes.
Representative Harding,
Representative Harding votes yes.
Representative Berger Javallo,
Representative Berger Javallo votes yes.
Representative Betts,
Representative Betts votes yes.
Representative Callahan,
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Representative Callahan, can I have you say that one more time?
Sure. Representative Callahan votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Chafee,
Representative Chafee votes yes.
Representative D'Amico,
Representative D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Dillon,
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Dubitsky,
Representative Dubitsky votes yes.
Representative Fishbein,
Representative Fishbein votes no.
Representative, I wasn't able to catch you on the speaker view. Would you
Sure.
mind-
Yep. Representative Fishbein votes no.
Thank you. Representative Gucker,
Representative Gucker votes yes.
Representative Harrison,
Representative Harrison votes yes.
Senator Haskell,
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Representative Hennessy,
Representative Hennessy votes yes.
Representative Horn, Representative Horn, Senator Kasser,
Senator Kasser votes yes.
thank you. Senator Kushner, Representative Michelle,
Representative Michelle votes yes.
Representative Mashinsky, Representative Mashinsky,
Representative Mashinsky votes yes.
Representative, I have to see you on the camera.
I'm trying.
Okay. Oh, there you are. Sure.
And there it goes. Rep Mashinsky votes yes.
Thank you. Representative O'Day,
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Representative Parker,
Representative Parker votes yes.
Representative Parker, can I have you say that again?
Yes, Representative Parker votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Piscopo,
Representative Piscopo votes yes.
just one more time. Representative Piscopo,
Sure. Representative Piscopo votes yes.
thank you. Representative Verbimbis,
Representative Rabimbus votes yes.
Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes votes yes.
Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Smith,
Representative Smith votes yes.
Representative Wilson,
Representative Wilson votes yes to move this forward.
Representative Young.
Representative Young votes yes.
That concludes my tally.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Item number 7 is HB number 6500, an act concerning supplemental revisions to the state's hemp program statute. It is a JS to the floor. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Representative Gresco, seconded by Representative Hennessy. If you'll all recall, we passed in 2019 a law that legalized hemp in the hemp growing and production in the state of Connecticut. This was passed under the 2000. It was passed under a prior farm bill, which has since been updated, passed, and regulations have been adopted. There were interim final rules. And changes have been made at the federal level, which require us to align in order to keep our hemp program going in the state, which so far in just its short tenure has been incredibly successful. The changes that we've made to this bill allows for the remediation of non-compliant crops. Those may be crops that creep above the level of THC required by law. Currently they need to be disposed of. Instead, this would allow for them to be used as biomass so they're not wasted. Also requires hemp producer license applicants to submit their employer identification number or social security number to the state's agriculture department. Also specifies that those convicted of state or federal substance penalty cannot hold a license for 10 years from the conviction date. And there are some other minor changes as well, technical revisions to align to state law. I know Representative Gresco has worked really hard on this. I don't know, Representative, did you want to add any comments on the hemp legislation?
No, Madam Chair, you summed it up perfect.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the committee? Okay, seeing none, and I even paused on that one. Sorry, Senator Minor, I apologize. Did you have a question, comment?
If you would be so kind, I know there is some new citation language in the bill authorizing the agency to issue citations.
Yes.
If you could describe what circumstances those might be for.
Thank you, Senator Minor, for pointing that out. This would provide the agency, Department of Agriculture, with citation authority under 51-164N only for hemp. What they would be given authority to cite are growers growing without a license, either because they don't have a license, they never received a license, or because that license has been suspended or revoked.
And so through you, we had a long conversation in screening about the THC level and what constitutes hemp versus some other category, I guess marijuana. And so for legislative intent, this would not permit the agency to issue a citation should someone's sample be found to be above that THC level as required by the federal government. The only remedy for that would be having the quantity destroyed, as opposed to, even in the second or third violation, having it rise to a level of a citation.
That's correct. Senator Minor, under 51-164N, there are a couple of sections. Subdivision 2 talks about exceeding a limit on content. There are fines associated with that, and I think the upper limit was $2,500. And the agency DOAG would not be permitted citation authority in this bill for that subdivision. It would be permitted citation authority for subsection 1, which is, again, when the grower is operating without a license, either because they didn't obtain a license or because it has been revoked or suspended.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Minor. Any other questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
For House Bill 6500, LCO 5012, Senator Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Gresco,
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Senator Slapp,
Senator Slapp votes yes.
Representative Palm.
Rep. Palm votes yes.
Representative Palm, would you say that one more time?
Rep. Palm votes yes.
Senator Minor,
Senator Minor votes yes.
Representative Harding,
Representative Harding votes yes.
Representative Berger Javallo,
Representative Berger Javallo votes yes.
Representative Betts,
Representative Betts votes yes.
Representative Callahan,
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Representative Chafee,
Representative Chafee votes yes.
Representative D'Amico,
Representative D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
May I have you do that one more time, Representative Dillon?
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Dubitsky,
Representative Dubitsky votes yes.
Representative Fishbein.
Representative Fishbein votes yes.
If I could have you do that one more time, Representative?
Sure. Representative Fishbein votes yes.
I'm not sure why the camera isn't picking you up.
I'm going to wave my arms and stuff. There we go.
Thank you.
Representative Fishbein votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Gucker.
Representative Ducker votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Harrison.
Representative Harrison votes yes.
Representative Harrison, I just need the speaker view to pick you up.
Representative Harrison votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Representative Hennessy.
Representative Hennessy votes yes.
And one more time, Representative Hennessy.
Representative Hennessy votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Horn.
Representative Horn votes yes.
Senator Kasser. Senator Kushner. Representative Michel.
Representative Michel votes yes.
Representative Mashinsky.
Representative votes yes.
Have you do that one more time, Representative Mashinsky?
Representative Mashinsky votes yes.
Thank you. Representative O'Day.
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Parker.
Representative Parker votes yes.
Representative Piscopo.
Representative Piscopo votes yes.
Representative Rabimbis.
Representative Rabimbis votes yes.
Representative Reyes. Representative Reyes. Representative Ryan.
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Smith.
Representative Smith votes yes.
Representative Wilson.
Representative Wilson votes yes.
Representative Young.
Representative Young votes yes.
If I could have you do that just one more time, Representative Young.
Representative Young votes yes.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And that concludes my vote tally.
Representative Reyes votes in the affirmative.
Thank you, Representative Reyes. That's for House Bill 6500, LCO 5012.
Representative Reyes votes in the affirmative.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 8 is House Bill 6497, an act concerning stormwater authorities. It is a JF to the floor. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Representative Michelle, seconded by Representative Hennessy. This would allow municipalities to create a stormwater authority. The committee may recognize that there is a pilot program that was developed right now. New London is participating, has an established stormwater authority. Under existing law, the purpose of such an authority would be to develop a stormwater management plan to control and prevent runoff and stop stormwater pollution. Certainly educating the public with respect to stormwater management and establishing a stormwater authority district area. I see there is a question from Representative Dubitsky. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm generally supportive of this bill, but there is one provision in here which I'm very concerned is going to seriously adversely affect farms. Specifically lines 46 through 49. What that appears to do is it eliminates the discretion that a stormwater authority would have to reduce or defer fees on land that's classified as farm, forest, and open space. And it says that it essentially shall, if it determines that that it is levying fees on impervious surface, that it will also levy those on farmland. Now, farms have very large surfaces of impervious surfaces. Dairies, for example, have large barns. They have manure storage pads. They have concrete pads where they store various feed stocks and things like that. And you can imagine if you have a farm with, let's say you've got 100 acres and you've got some large barns and some large pads and things like that, you're preserving the pervious surface by farming that 100 acres, but you've still got considerably more impervious surface than your average household or your average store or your average business. So even though you are doing your part to prevent impervious surface, this bill would still allow or frankly compel stormwater authorities to levy fees on farms. And because I'm concerned about that particular aspect, I'm introducing an amendment. I believe the administrator is in possession of a written amendment. And I know we had some up and downs as to how amendments would be introduced in this committee. But we did submit that to the administrator in advance as requested. I do not believe it has any LCO, but I can certainly explain what it is if Madam Chair would like so.
Representative Dubitsky, I know I would appreciate that explanation. Certainly I've been running the meeting, and so if something's arrived in my email, I haven't had a chance to review it, as may be the case with other members. So if you could let us know what your amendment is all about. I think you sort of gave us that foreshadowing in terms of farms, but if you could perhaps, if it's short enough to do so, read your amendment, that would be terrific.
It's actually very short and very simple. Lines 46 through 49 of the bill. All my amendment would do would be eliminate all the changes. So it would eliminate the crossouts and the underlines in lines 46 through 49 and restore it to current law.
Okay, thank you, Representative Dubitsky. So it would currently, as written in the bill, those sections say that the Stormwater Authority may not levy such fees on land classified
No.
as, I'm sorry? Oh. Brad, were you weighing in?
Yes, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm looking at the amendment and that's not how I read the amendment. In that, as I read the amendment again, which has not been prepared by LCO, there is, as I read the amendment, underlying language which would be added to the existing statute.
No, my amendment would make the, and I'm just gonna read the underlying statute, which says the Stormwater Authority may reduce or defer such fees for land classified as or consisting of farm, forest, or open space land, period. That's my amendment. That's what the new language would read, which is what the old language reads, without any changes.
Okay, that's not what I'm reading on my screen. I apologize. I'm not sure what other people are seeing on their screen, but that's not what I'm seeing on my screen.
Okay.
So I'm pulling it up and it appears that it still contains, so it says the Stormwater Authority may reduce or defer such fees for land classified as or consisting of farm, forest, or open space land. And then underline says, except on areas of such land that contain impervious surfaces from which stormwater runoff is generated.
No, you must have been given the wrong document. My amendment eliminates all additions and subtractions to the underlying statute and goes back to the original language.
Doug, can you please repeat the LCO number of the amendment?
Because the way these are working, the amendments are not written by LCO, and I would defer to Senator Minor, who appears to have something to add on this.
Yeah, I will just say that I mean, we haven't seconded nobody has seconded the amendment yet, but I do think it's important to clarify exactly what's in the amendment. What was sent to us seems to be different from what Representative Dubitsky is verbally stating is his amendment. Senator Minor, did you have a comment on this?
So thank you, Madam Chairman. So I do agree, and I think in reading the printed words that it is not consistent with what Representative Dubitsky has said, and neither do I think it's consistent with what Representative Dubitsky had asked to be drafted. And I think that, in fairness to the committee and the LCO, is on us, not on anyone else. And so if I might offer a suggestion, and that would be that Representative Dubitsky not refer to a printed document, but rather to a verbal amendment, and just describe what he intends to have happen in lines 46 through 49. And that way there won't be any or shouldn't be as much misunderstanding about what he wants to do. Because I think the chair is quite right that they are not in sync. And if the intention is to unwind the changes in lines 46 to 49. I think he ought to just figure out a way to say that. Thank you.
Thank
Madam
you,
Chair,
Senator Minor. Representative Dubitsky, let me just go to my co-chair, Representative Gresco, and then we'll return to you for a comment. Representative Gresco.
Briefly, Madam Chair, the confusion, I think, surrounds that there were two different emails sent out about the amendment. The first one, which I believe is the one we're confused about, has the language that Representative Dubitsky had wanted to strike underlined instead. However, the second version has it bracketed like it wants to be removed. So that would probably be the cause of the confusion over the language read.
Okay, Representative Dubitsky, thank you, Representative Gresco, for that clarification. And because of that, and because I think Senator Minor has a good suggestion to simply offer a verbal amendment at this point for clarity's sake, and so everybody's on the same page. So if Representative Dubitsky, you would like to provide a verbal amendment as a motion, and then we will go through proper procedure.
thank you, Madam Chair. And just as a clarification, apparently there were two versions that were sent to the administrator. One was Amendment A and one was Amendment B. It is Amendment B that I'm asking to be introduced, and I will verbally explain what that is again, which is in lines 46 through 49. Just remove all of the additions and crossouts in the bill and return the language to the underlying statutory language. And that is represented in Amendment B.
I'll
Okay,
second that, Madam Chair.
Okay, motion for amendment from Representative Dubitsky, seconded by Representative Betts. Is there any discussion? Questions? I do have a question, Representative. So in the original language, it indicates that these authorities that are created may reduce or defer fees for, and I'll just say farmland in particular here, because that's really the concern, as opposed to the new language that indicates that the Stormwater Authority may not levy such fees. I understand the concern with the impervious surfaces, and I guess I would ask, number one, is it not better to indicate that stormwater authorities would not be able to levy fees on farms, forests, or open space land, as opposed to reduce or defer? And I might also ask as a follow-up, do we have any idea what amount of farmland does contain impervious surfaces, and how much it would be, how many would be impacted, how many farms would be impacted, and to what extent?
Well, if I would certainly accept as a friendly amendment, changing the words reduce or defer to not levy. It would certainly be better for farms if the authorities did not levy the fines on farms. With regard to how many farms, there wouldn't be any way to answer that, but I can tell you that virtually every dairy farm in the state has a large barn area and large concrete pad area, because very often they're required to have the concrete pad area for manure management. And DEEP has been pushing farmers for years to put in concrete pads for manure management purposes, and now they've done it. And the last thing we want to do now is say, well, because you followed what DEEP has been telling you for all these years to manage your manure, now we're gonna levy a fee on your impervious surface.
Yeah.
I would certainly welcome changing the words reduce or defer to the words not levy. If that is, if that's the chair's desire, I would certainly welcome that.
Thank you, Representative Dubitsky. I appreciate that and just really wanted to see clarity. And I appreciate those remarks about farms and impervious surfaces and being directed to move in that direction and how this would have some unintended consequences on those small businesses across the state. Representative O'Day, followed by Representative Mashinsky, followed by Representative Connell. Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Madam Chair, very much. And with regard to this proposed amendment, just from a procedural matter, it seems to be, Representative Dubitsky, that if we just left it as is and simply put a period after open space land, that you would be fine with that. In other words, so it would state the Stormwater Authority may not levy such fees on land classified as or consisting of farm, forest, or open space land, period. Is that a fair statement as to what you would like to see happen? Through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Dubitsky, did you want to answer the good representative's question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, yes, that is exactly what I would certainly welcome that.
So, Madam Chair, in an effort to bring compromise and bipartisanship, I would offer a friendly amendment to be that we leave the proposed bill as is and simply at line 48, put a period at the end of open space land and eliminate the rest of line 48 and 49. Not sure if you consider that as a friendly amendment at this point, but that's what I think is being offered by Representative Dubitsky in the interest of time and effort, to the extent that the good chair would consider that.
I appreciate that, Representative. Are you, well, first of all, procedurally, we have another amendment on the table that's been seconded. Do we have to revoke that procedurally? And
I'll revoke my second, Madam Chair.
And I would revoke my introduction, my amendment, if and I would consider Representative O'Day's amendment a friendly amendment to that.
And I'll second Representative O'Day's friendly amendment.
Okay, I think we're all caught up procedurally. I will say, I think we need to hear from members on this. I'm deliberating this as we're talking, and I appreciate the committee's indulgence as I think through this, and I hear from committee members their thoughts on this.
And Madam Chair, what I might offer, if I could, sorry to interrupt, but what I might offer is, it sounds like it's a friendly amendment, but if it turns out not to meet that, we can always change or eliminate that amendment when it gets to the floor. But in terms of trying to go through everybody in the committee, maybe anybody who's not sure of it or has a concern, maybe should speak now. But if it turns out that it doesn't meet what you're looking for, we just take it out.
I appreciate that, Representative Best. And I guess Representative O'Day, we're kind of getting off track here.
So just for point of order, I think I'm gonna fix what Representative Fishbine's about to say, because I have not formally made that amendment motion to amend. And so what I'm going to do is, based on the fact that the previous amendment was essentially withdrawn, I am going to make a formal motion to amend the proposal bill before us to put a period after land on line 48 and eliminate the rest of that sentence. That is my motion to amend the proposal before us.
And I'll be happy to second that motion.
And so now that the motion's been made and seconded, I'm asking it to be considered friendly, but obviously that's open for discussion.
If I may just ask, if I may just intervene, if all comments and motions and seconds could all please go through the chair, I think that would help procedurally also, so that we're clear in making things properly done. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad, and I will make those announcements so that the clerk has them noted properly. So a motion for amendment has been made by Representative O'Day to add a period on line 48 after land and strike the rest of lines 48 and 49, seconded by Representative Wilson. And now that amendment is up for discussion. I see Representative Mushinski has her hand up, followed by Representative Palm, followed by Representative Dillon. Representative Mushinski.
Thanks, Madam Chair. This amendment is a bad idea if you care about water pollution, and I'll tell you why. The amendment strikes language that not only is it a concrete structure, but it is a concrete structure that leads to water pollution. That's the key phrase. And if that is taken out, the intent here is not to bring in reforms in concrete structures. It's concrete structures that cause water pollution. And that is why that language needs to remain in the bill. If you have a concentrated farm lot and you have manure leaching water pollution off of that concrete pad and is not collected because the farmer is not willing to make the transition to handling the manure a different way, it is going to get into the nearest stream. It is going to get into the nearest waterway and eventually get to the sound. And it's a contaminant. So while I am very interested in the farmers making the transition to handle their waste in a more acceptable manner, the incentive to make that transition disappears when you remove any stormwater fee on concrete pads on a farm that are leaching contamination into the nearest waterway. So it would be a mistake to take this out. Lessening the price is one thing we could allow, but to take them completely out is saying we are authorizing pollution as long as it comes from a farm. If it comes from some other source, we want to control it. If it comes from a farm, we want to ignore it. That should not be our policy. Our policy should be clean water no matter where the pollutant is coming from. We are interested in cleaning up the water. That should be our policy. It should be consistent. I urge rejection of the amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Mushinski. Representative Palm, followed by Representative Dillon, followed by Representative Kubitsky. Representative Palm.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, to the proponents, I'm just wondering if the intent of this is to exempt essentially all farms. And if so, is it because you do not perceive that they have any alternatives for remediating? I mean, to Rep. Mushinski's point, what can be done about these impervious surfaces? Are they just simply not choosing to do it, or do you see that they have no alternatives? Through you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Palm. I don't know if Representative Dubitsky or Representative O'Day would like to answer that question. Open to either one.
I'd be glad to answer that question. Many of these pads have been created specifically for the purpose of keeping pollution down. They have been created under the direction of DEEP and the Farm Bureau and generally accepted agricultural practices, as opposed to having manure piles on open ground. The manure is stored under best practices on concrete pads. In some instances, those concrete pads are even covered with a roof of some sort or with some type of cover. Those are the best practices, and the farmers shouldn't be penalized for them. And it's important to note that this is not about pollution runoff. This is about stormwater runoff. So for example, there on a farm, some farms have barns that could be 150 feet wide and 500 or 600 feet long that shed water. It's not shedding pollution, it's shedding water. This is about stormwater. This isn't about manure runoff. Those pads are specifically created to prevent runoff. So, and they're created under best practices. So farmers should not be penalized with these fees based on following best practices. Hope that answers the question.
Thank you, Representative Jabitzky. I might just say, I mean, we're at this point where I think members have, it appears to me, have some questions. I know I have some questions. I wonder if the committee, I mean, my assumption would be that farms already go through a stormwater permitting process. I would also want to know a little bit more about, you know, how much we're talking about in terms of impervious surface on farmland and its impact. And to Representative Mashinsky's point, I think what we're really wanting to see here is clean water and being able to take action in the right direction. But again, certainly don't want to be doing harm to farms. I think we're most in agreement here that we don't want to be doing harm to farms that have certain requirements imposed upon them only to see that that's hurting them by a levy of such fees. If we learn more as we go through the process, as this comes to the floor and we're able to study this a little bit more in depth, I would be amenable to an amendment. I know it's a House bill, so would defer to my co-chair on this, and but I think we could potentially have a friendly amendment on the floor, but I would want to learn a bit more about this.
Madam Chair, I would agree. I would love to learn more about this and potentially have a friendly amendment on the House floor if we all are in agreement when that time comes.
Thank you, Representative.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Representative O'Day.
Sorry, Madam Chair. As a gentleman farmer, I appreciate that. It's tongue in cheek. I don't do much farming on my quarter acre in New Canaan, but I appreciate the indulgence of the chair and understand why it's not a friendly amendment at this point in time, and hopefully we can get there. And I appreciate the time and consideration. Thank you.
Representative O'Day, do you want a vote on your amendment or and Representative Jabitzky, or would you like to withdraw the amendment under the understanding that we would research this further with a potential amendment on the floor?
I'll defer to my good friend, Representative Jabitzky, on what he would like to do.
Representative Jabitzky. I think you're on mute, Representative.
I see that Senator Minor is wanting to chime in. I will defer my answer to that and allow my two ranking members who both appear to be interested in comments. I will defer my answer if that's okay with you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, one of the hardships I think of trying to do this remotely is that we've lost the ability to kind of call a timeout and gather in the hallway or over by Brad's desk and see if there's a way to come to a decision that makes sense. The concern that I have about passing the bill out of committee with this language in it as it exists without the amendment is that it then becomes the standard. I do respect the comments that were made by Representative Mashinsky, because I think she's looking at it from the perspective that all runoff is pollution. But when we screened this bill, I was thinking about parking lots. And when we caucused this bill, I began to recognize that farmers go through an extraordinary expense to meet state and federal guidelines when it comes to just manure. And those huge vats that I can't remember, was it Ellington that many of us went to? They're not only a concrete vat or a lined earth berm, they are impervious surfaces. So in essence, you would be theoretically establishing a stormwater fee on a farmer on property that they've already gone through extraordinary expense to do the way the DEP required them to do it, or USDA required them to do it. Even the area underneath the Lazy Susan that the cows ride on before they get milked would be theoretically part of that surcharge, that fee, because it's impervious. So I was focused on a parking lot and thought, what's the difference between parking lots? But I think Representative Dubitsky rightly points out that especially when it comes to agriculture, many farmers that grow plant material, like in Cheshire, usually, or Durham, I think there's a place on Route 70 that I stop often, wish I could remember the name of the farm, and they generally collect their runoff and then repurpose it. It goes back onto watering in their greenhouse. And so I think the intention of a stormwater authority is to help deal with the socialized costs of a collection system that might be town-wide or neighborhood-wide. But in these cases where farmers generally don't attach to that sort of thing, I see it as a problem. So I'd like to vote on Representative O'Day's amendment because I think it resets the clock. It allows us to contemplate and talk about what changes we might want to agree to from status quo as opposed to this new language. So that would be my hope, that we vote on the amendment.
Thank you, Senator Minor. And I just have to apologize to Representative Dillon because when I called on you, Senator Minor, I was asking, thinking that you were going to just give a brief, opine briefly on whether or not we should withdraw the amendment. So I did sort of skip order here. And so with all due respect to Representative Dillon, I owe you an apology. That is not exactly how it went and just was trying to procedurally get through this. So please, Representative Dillon, please, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, I certainly would like to lower expectations. I'm not sure I have wonderful wisdom in this, but I can't say more strongly that I'm very troubled by the prospect of exempting such a large sector of our economy from this statute, and that particular runoff ends up in our rivers. It ends up in Long Island Sound. It makes it difficult to have healthy fish. It can hurt our shellfish beds. So that I really think. And we have not had the kind of scandals here that they have had, like in North Carolina or in other states about runoff from farms. And I respect that. So that I'm not trying to cast dispersions on anyone. I am saying, though, that the actions of one individual group affects the common, and that we need to be respectful of that. And I really think, as I understand the amendment, that it would be very, very harmful certainly to fish and shellfish potentially, and I certainly do respect the arguments that were put forward, but the potential is great, and for that reason I oppose the amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair. I thought it was going to be withdrawn. So I didn't know what was going on, but thank you.
Thank you, Representative Dillon. And again, my apologies for not going in order. Representative Harding, followed by Representative Gresco.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I certainly don't have the expertise that many of the individuals that have spoken on this bill have. I just, from a perspective of listening to the conversation here and seeing the fact that that we all have this very similar goals on both sides and are looking to address this issue, but at the same time also address certain issues that might negatively impact the farmers in our state. And I see a willingness here to work together to make this happen. So I don't know if there's any thought on the chair's part, the leadership of this committee, to possibly hold this and maybe vote on this at our next meeting to see if we could come to a compromise. I often believe that if we have an opportunity to get it right, as opposed to passing out of committee, somewhat incomplete, I think we have an opportunity here to get it right. This is not the JF deadline. This isn't the final committee meeting. And I think there's a willingness and there's a likelihood that we could potentially resolve this issue and also pass a really effective, good bill here. So that's just a suggestion. I'm not sure if leadership would be willing or inclined to consider that. And I'm just simply making a suggestion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Your suggestion is noted. Representative Gresco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have been in contact with Save the Sound, which was instrumental in creating some of the language in this bill. And they would be willing to have a discussion and work on this issue as we go forward. But in the interest of getting this bill passed out of committee with the idea that before it came to the floor of the House, we would have a robust conversation and try to work out some language changes going forward. I would like us to either have the amendment withdrawn, or if we do vote on it, to as I don't want to call it an unfriendly amendment, because I do understand the point that Representative Dubitsky was making about the pad. I would just like to see it pass out of committee and let us work on it over the next several weeks in trying to come to a compromise.
Thank you, Representative Gresco. So you're saying you'd like to see it pass out of committee as is without the amendment, and with the understanding that we would work on this before it gets to the House floor.
That is correct, Madam Chair. We also have a separate bill that handles stormwater as well, or a second bill, but with the good faith effort and the commitment that we would have this discussion and come to a resolution before this bill came to the House floor.
Thank you, Representative. It sounds like you and I are in agreement there. Representative Dubitsky, followed by Representative Chafee, followed by Representative Horn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I think it's important at this point to remember what the purpose of the PA 490, or the farmland classification is. And the purpose, as stated in Connecticut General Statutes 12-107A, which is a declaration of policy, which is the policy of this state, is to prevent the forced conversion of farmland into a more intensive use due to the economic pressures of an assessment that would assess that the taxes would be incompatible with the use as farmland. And so what it's saying is that we want to make sure that farms are not forced to sell off into condo complexes or Walmarts or anything like that, that that intensely use the property more than a farm. That's the declaration of policy. And a farm generally is surrounded by vast acreage of farmland, which protects the quality of the water. So for example, if you've got a farm that has impervious surface that's the same size as, for example, an inner city lumber yard, has a big building, lumber yard would have a big building filled with lumber and supplies and things like that, some concrete around it for equipment to move around. You would, under this bill, it would be looking at those two things the same. One is protecting the water by having farmland surrounding the barns and the manure pads. The other would not be, but both would be subject to stormwater fines. So it's my belief that we should not circumvent the PA 490 by substituting a stormwater fee, which is essentially what we would be doing. We would be saying that although you're eligible for PA 490 and we're going to give you a reduced property tax because we understand that you're protecting the environment, you're protecting the water by having this land, we would then be penalizing them for doing the same thing. And I believe that would be in derogation of our declared policy of preventing the forced conversion of land, of farmland, into a more intensive use. So I would like to see a vote on this, and when the vote is taken, I ask that it be taken by roll.
Thank you, Representative Dubitsky. Okay, we have Representative Chafee, followed by Representative Horn, followed by Representative Gucker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe that I am in somewhat agreement with the intent of the amendment, although I do oppose the amendment. I think that carving out all farmland together in a blanket statement probably isn't the best way forward. But I do agree with the point that most of these farmlands and open spaces actually act as a sink for runoff most of the time. So the open space actually absorbs a lot of water, so it is beneficial for the purpose. And a farm that has an impervious surface set a quarter mile off of the road is much different than a farm that has a concrete slab right next to the road. And the fact that one is going to create runoff into the public right away and the other probably won't. So I agree with Chairman Gresko that we should probably move forward with this bill, but I would be willing to work on some sort of amendment that's a little bit more nuanced that I think will make everybody happy. So I just wanted to say that.
I appreciate that, Representative Chafee. Thank you. Representative Horn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am going to associate my comments with those of my colleague, Representative Chafee, and thank. But I do thank Representative Dubitsky for raising these issues, which are really important. And honestly, I had not focused on in this bill before, and I really do. I will oppose the amendment today, but I do it in hope and expectation that we will take a look at this this topic. I think we've raised a lot of good questions today, but what's I think absent is a lot to answer them. Good arguments, but to me it will be very important how it actually works out in practice. So I really do thank the leadership of the committee for allowing us to have this conversation about how to handle this situation, because I think there are excellent questions that affect farms and certainly many farms in my district. But because it's being raised right now, I feel like I have some more research to do for myself. So for the moment, I will oppose the amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Horn. We have Representative Gucker, followed by Senator Minor, followed by Representative Mashinsky.
Hey, good morning, Madam Chair, but it's actually afternoon by now, so it's these meetings seem to go on. And I do want to thank the good Representative Dubitsky for bringing this up. I mean, even though I represent a city, and since I also have probably all the farms in the city of Danby are in my district. You know, I also represent some urban towns, the northern end of Ridgefield that has farming, as well as areas in New Fairfield. I know anytime that a development is done in any municipality, it has to meet certain criteria for stormwater runoff as far as the management of it. And I think part of what maybe needs to be done with this, if there is concern of the negative activity or the farmers doing what they need to do in regards to impervious surfaces, that maybe there should be a look at how those stormwater runoff things are effective. You know, how do they manage it? So if you have these large impervious surfaces, do they go into some sort of collection, a swirl separator, you know, remove contaminants, whatever? Because like has been said by many of my colleagues, and I think this has been actually a great discussion, that I believe we do need to do more work on this, but at the very least, we also cannot ignore the effects of stormwater runoff has on our streams, our waterbeds, and then eventually, you know, down to the Long Island Sound, that no matter what the conditions are, we all need to kind of be to the same standards. And it is unfortunate that we need to compare, you know, a manure pile storage area to, you know, a large parking lot, you know, but still, they still have the same effect. So I think maybe going forward as this discussion goes forward, and I think I agree with my colleagues where we can, you know, get this, you know, out today for further discussion, get it out of committee, but have further discussion on it, that we maybe look into the stormwater tools that are available to maybe help or make many of these areas compliant. And I think it needs further discussion, but on those notes, I think it is important that we get this out of committee. I will not be supporting the amendment, though I do say I do appreciate the conversation we've had, because I do understand and I do respect many of the concerns that the good representative has brought forward. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Representative Gucker. And I think we're hearing, you know, similar comments that we're appreciative of the good Representative Dubitsky, as well as some of our other colleagues, in raising this concern and our want to get this right, you know, in the balance of clean water, but making sure that this isn't unjust to our farming community. Next, we have Senator Minor, followed by Representative Mashinsky. Senator Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to vote on the amendment. I think what it does is establishes a certain flavor in this bill that I think is important in the state of Connecticut. Whether you're an oyster farmer or you are a dairy farmer in Litchfield County, or a farmer in Cheshire or anywhere, this is not a business that is probably like almost any other. There are all sorts of other regulations that they're required to meet, and even if they're not required to meet them, they have already accepted, I think, an environmental responsibility, and I just can't imagine leaving it to another day in the hopes that we get the language right. When I went up to the Freund's farm in Canaan a long time ago, they couldn't have been prouder to walk me around the farm and show me the containment system they built to capture methane. They couldn't have been prouder to show me the system that they have for making peat pots with the energy that was derived from the methane that they collected. I don't think the way the bill is drafted, without the amendment, would allow any stormwater authority to do anything other than assess a fee on all those impervious surfaces. There's no flexibility in the bill without it having the amendment. Look, I understand that this all flows to Long Island Sound, at least to the extent that trickles become brooks and brooks become rivers and so on and so on. But if Save the Sound is going to be the authority for what we do all over the state of Connecticut, then, you know, I guess it doesn't matter what farmers think. So I think we should vote on the amendment. I think we should vote in favor of the amendment. I think we should continue the dialogue as the bill gets to the House floor. But the distinction here is that we are sending a message, especially after all this discussion. We are sending a message today that the bill that we're going to vote out of this committee by majority is going to include language that if we are unsuccessful in reaching an alternative proposal, is going to require a local authority to assess a fee on a farmer for all impervious surfaces, including buildings, other structures, not just parking lots. And I don't even know what the threshold of a farm is. I guess if you meet a certain qualification, you know, you are. But for purposes of today, I think we should adopt the amendment, let the conversation to continue, but send a message today that we are at least respectful of the fact that as drafted, it is most likely going to cause an additional fee on top of whatever costs they have associated with collection or housing animals or you name it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Minor. And I would hope by the very nature of this conversation and all of the comments that were made that it is clear that we are keeping in mind all of the stakeholders, not just Save the Sound, but out of tremendous concern for our farming community as well, that we want to get this right. And the current language says that the Stormwater Authority may reduce or defer such fees. The new language says may not levy such fees. Yes, there is the exception of impervious surface, and we've learned that that is cause for concern. And I think we've heard overwhelming response from the members of this committee today that we want to learn more, that we want to understand the ramifications of this, and that we want to come to a compromise. And so I think that we will gain some understanding after today, and I am hopeful that we can create a friendly amendment before we vote on this on the floor. Representative Mashinski.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think the solution here may be that you describe the farm impervious surfaces that are causing contaminated stormwater runoff. That may be the way you fix this. And I'm happy to work with you on that, Madam Chair. This is what I do in my private life. I'm a water pollution person who actually I've actually gone business to business to reduce stormwater that is contaminating our local rivers in South Central Connecticut. I've actually done that. And I've actually been out in the boat testing the water and finding where the contamination is coming from, part of my job. But when you let one business off the hook and their pollution is allowed to go into the stream or the river or the sound, you're making it harder for all the other contributors of stormwater pollution who are themselves supposed to be contributing to clean up their pollution. So you let one party off, you're making it harder on all the other businesses, the other parties that are not off the hook. And as far as the aquatic system is concerned, it doesn't care if it's farm generated pollution or the business generated pollution. It's still pollution as far as the ecosystem is concerned. So for that reason, we have to include everybody. The way Representative Dubisky painted a picture of farms having land all around them so that anything coming off a concrete pad would be cleaned up automatically Well, there are probably some farms that fit that description, and there are others that do not. There are others where the livestock is too close to the waterway, and you can certainly test and determine that it's causing harm to the waterway. So maybe the fix to this is we say if there's contaminated stormwater off the impervious surface, then they are assessed. If they've managed to keep everything on the impervious surface and nothing is leaving the property or getting into the groundwater, then maybe you exempt them from their fees, just as if a business kept all of their stormwater and recycled it on their property and it never left, maybe they get a waiver from the fee. But to say that all farms are clean and that all farms don't shed nitrogen, not other businesses. So I would recommend a no vote on the amendment, and that we tailor the language on the floor to reflect businesses and farms that are able to handle their stormwater correctly versus ones that are not handling it correctly and causing trouble for everybody downstream. So I'm urging a no vote. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Mashinsky, and really appreciate your expertise on this and all of the considerations that you've laid before the committee today. With that, I do not see any other questions or comments. I think, I share some of the concerns that were raised by Representative Dubitsky and other members. I also share some of the current concerns, that Representative Mashinsky and other members have raised. And I think there is a potential for a common ground to be found here with respect to stormwater runoff and finding that medium. But we need to do the proper research on this. And so I will be voting no on the amendment today in the hopes that we can determine the appropriate path forward to have due consideration on our farmers, our farming committee, and ensure that we do not pollute our waterways. So I will be working in that vein and hope that we can have an amendment before this comes to the House for a friendly amendment. With that, Madam Clerk, if you could call the roll on this amendment, please.
For House Bill 6497, the amendment that was written in to the record, Senator Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes no.
Representative Gresco,
Representative Gresco votes no.
Senator Slapp,
Senator Slapp votes no.
Representative Palm,
Representative Palm votes no.
Senator Minor,
Senator Minor votes yes.
Representative Harding,
Representative Harding votes yes.
Representative Berger Giavalo,
Representative Berger Giavalo votes no.
Representative Betts,
Representative Betts votes yes.
Representative Callahan, Representative Chafee,
Representative Chafee votes no.
Representative D'Amico,
Representative D'Amico votes no.
Representative Dillon,
Representative Dillon votes no.
Representative Dubitsky,
Representative Dubitsky votes yes.
Representative Fishbein,
Representative Fishbein votes yes.
Representative Gucker,
Representative Gucker votes no.
Representative Harrison,
Representative Harrison votes yes.
Senator Haskell,
Senator Haskell votes no.
My father built me a model of
Representative
no
Hennessy,
smack.
Representative Hennessy votes no. Thank you.
Representative Horn,
Representative Horn votes no.
Representative Horn, can I have you do that one more time?
Certainly. Representative Horn votes no.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Kasser,
Senator Kasser votes no.
just one more time, Senator Kasser. Oh, I see you there.
Senator Kasser votes no.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Senator Kushner, Representative Michelle,
Representative Michelle votes no.
Representative Mashinsky,
Rep. Mashinsky votes no.
Rep. Mashinsky, can I have you say that one more time, please? Representative Mashinsky,
Representative Mashinsky votes no.
thank you. Representative O'Day,
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Representative Parker,
Representative Parker votes no.
Representative Piscopo,
Representative Piscopo votes yes.
Representative Verbimbis.
Representative Verbimbis votes yes.
I'm sorry, Representative Verbimbis, can I have that one more time?
Certainly. Representative Verbimbis votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes votes no.
Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes no.
Representative Smith,
Representative Smith votes no.
Representative Wilson,
Representative Wilson votes yes.
Representative Young.
Representative Young votes no.
Thank you. I'll tally that in a moment. I have 20 noes and 10 yeses.
The amendment fails. Okay, back to the underlying bill, HB 6497. Are there any other comments or questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm just a bit disappointed in of course, in the outcome. You know, in this committee, usually a lot goes through unanimously. We all step up and do what's right for the environment, what's right, regardless of party. And we have a bill before us right now, and a member saw there was a flaw in the bill in that it was going to hurt our farmers. And a very simple amendment, just requiring one sentence, one period, wasn't taken as a friendly. And now we're asked to vote for this kind of a work in progress. Well, the document we're sending out of here hurts farmers. So I'm really disappointed in this. I think this bill would have cruised through the committee had it gone through, maybe on about an 80% vote, even if the amendment had passed. So now the vote becomes tough, and but I can't vote for a bill that's going to hurt, to put a burden on our farmers with some sort of a promise. We had a ranking member get up and say, you know, and make a plea. Let's put this off till the next meeting. We could have worked over the next couple of weeks to come out with a compromise that would make everybody happy. So I'm disappointed, and I can't support this now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Piscopo, and your comments are noted. I would say, you know, it is certainly not the intention of this bill to do harm to our farming community. In fact, you know, putting stronger language in there and indicating that authorities cannot levy fees is a step in the right direction. We've heard from Representative Jabitzky, as well as other colleagues and members of this committee, noting those concerns and really wanting, in a good faith bipartisan effort, to do some more research, understand the issue, and come to an agreement about, you know, how to modify the language of this bill so it doesn't, in fact, hurt our farming community. This bill is a terrific bill for many reasons. certainly will help our municipalities and has the widespread support of many of the towns and cities throughout the state of Connecticut. And I can tell you, you have my word that I want to work on this and improve the language of the bill. But I thank you for your comments, Senator Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In an effort to get where I think both you and your co-chair would like to be on this bill, I would be comforted if there was an agreement that the Farm Bureau would have to be satisfied with the language in this section before it moves forward on the House floor. What would your response be to that?
I'm happy to work with the Farm Bureau on this. It is not my understanding that the Farm Bureau has asked for this language to be modified, but I am certainly, as I've always been, willing to work with the Connecticut Farm Bureau on getting to the right place on this language, working with other proponents of the bill as well to get it to the right place.
And through you, Madam Chair, to your co-chair, same question. I mean, it's a House bill, and so the risk here really is that if people aren't all in agreement that we're in the right place, the language doesn't necessarily have to conform to what the Farm Bureau would like to have happen, I guess, except that I do appreciate the fact that you offered to work with the Farm Bureau. I don't know if Chairman Gresco is still in the meeting.
Representative Gresco.
I am through you, Madam Chair. Yes, you have my commitment to work with the Connecticut Farm Bureau Association. But to Senator Cohen's point, they have let us know that this was the language submitted in the amendment was not of their doing. But that being said, I would welcome the opportunity to work on this and get language that satisfies everyone, and we can move forward.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you both. And so, with that having been said, and I take to heart comments made by Representative Piscopo as well. I think there are many things in his tenure that we've been willing to lend our support to out of this committee, even though they're not perfect. I think this is, in some ways, or would be a fatal flaw to this bill in either chamber. I just think it's that bad. Having said that, I would like to see us come together on this bill today. And with all due respect to Representative Piscopo, I would be inclined to support it based on the assurances that you two have just given. Farm Bureau has also reached out to me during the time of this meeting. And so I believe they probably will reach out to others just to, I guess, make the point that there's a lot in this bill that's good. I don't think anybody's trying to give farmers a free pass. But all that having been said, I think this is extraordinarily problematic. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Minor. Representative Mashinsky.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Hoping to get your commitment and Representative Gresco's commitment as well to also include organizations that work on water pollution, and they're just as important to have into this meeting for rewriting this language.
Agreed, Representative Mashinsky, and I will just reiterate in my response to Senator Minor, not only did I agree to work with the Connecticut Farm Bureau Association, but also all stakeholders and those with an interest in water pollution certainly belong at the table in this discussion. And I will ask my co-chair, Representative Gresco, to weigh in on with his comments as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, what she said. There you go.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from committee members? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
For House Bill 6497, to JF to the floor, Senator Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Gresco,
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Senator Slapp,
Senator Slapp votes yes.
Representative Palm,
Representative Palm votes yes.
Senator Minor,
Senator Minor votes yes.
Representative Harding,
Representative Harding votes yes.
Representative Berger Javallo,
Berger Javallo votes yes.
Representative Betts,
Representative Betts votes no.
Representative Callahan, Representative Chafee,
Representative Chafee votes yes.
Representative D'Amico,
Representative D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Dillon,
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Dubitsky,
Representative Dubitsky votes no.
Representative Fishbein,
Representative Fishbein votes no.
Representative Gucker,
Representative Gucker votes yes.
Representative Harrison,
Representative Harrison votes no.
Senator Haskell,
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Representative Hennessy,
Representative Hennessy votes yes.
Representative Horn,
Representative Horn votes yes.
Senator Kasser,
Senator Kasser votes yes.
Senator Kasser, if I can have you do it one more time.
Senator Kasser votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Kushner, Representative Michelle,
Representative Michelle votes yes.
Representative Mashinsky,
Rep. Mashinsky votes yes.
Representative O'Day,
Representative O'Day votes no.
Representative Parker,
Representative Parker votes yes.
Representative Piscopo,
Representative Piscopo votes no.
Representative Rabimbis,
Representative Rabimbis votes absolutely no.
Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes votes yes.
Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Smith,
Representative Smith votes yes.
Representative Wilson,
Representative Wilson votes nay.
Representative Young,
Representative Young votes yes.
that concludes my tally.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And just a reminder, because we have been going for nearly 4 hours now, I just want to remind everybody that votes will be held open for an hour after.
4
the
hours,
meeting.
and that's one committee.
Excuse me, Representative Betts, if you could mute yourself. That votes will be held open an hour after the committee meeting wraps up. At that time, we'll make an announcement as to what the exact time will be, so that we all recognize that there are multiple meetings going on throughout the day and committee hearings, making it difficult for all members to be here for all hours of this meeting and taking all votes. So with that being said, we are now on number 9 of the agenda, HB 6496, an act concerning certain soil-related initiatives. It's a JFS to the floor. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Representative Gresco, seconded by Senator Minor. So what this bill does, there's several sections of the bill. It establishes a pilot program for the reuse of beneficially reclaimed materials. Those materials must be generated in Connecticut. So if they are reusing soil, the soil, again, must have been generated in Connecticut to be used in Connecticut. The DEEP can issue up to 4 authorizations of these materials. They do have to be tested, must be consistent with federal law and managing them. It would be for a single location under each permit. Municipal approvals would need to take place, including public comment. And DEEP would provide all of this information for public to weigh in on their website. There is an application fee associated with these applications. And so that's that section of the bill. Sections 2 through 5 provide statewide soil health standards, so tweaking some of the language to consider soil health, especially as it pertains to some of the activities of the State Council on Soil and Water Conservation. And it also requires, with respect to dredging, that the DEEP commissioner provide to this committee by the end of the year, November 1st of this year, a report on the marine dredging projects that have taken place in the state over the past 4 years, descriptions of those applications, timeframes for action, and the final status of the application. So that is the synopsis of the bill. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
For House Bill 6496 LCO 4750, Senator Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Gresco,
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Senator Slapp,
Senator Slapp votes yes.
Representative Palm,
Representative Palm votes yes.
Senator Minor,
Senator Minor votes yes.
Senator Minor, would you mind saying that one more time?
Senator Minor votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Harding,
Representative Harding votes yes.
Representative Berger Givallo,
Representative Berger Givallo votes yes.
Representative Betts,
Representative Betts votes yes.
Representative Callahan, Representative Chafee,
Representative Chafee votes yes.
would you say that again, please? I'm not sure if the speaker's on correctly or it's very muffled, Senator.
Representative Chafee votes yes.
Thank you.
No problem.
Representative D'Amico,
Representative D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Dillon,
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Dubitsky,
Representative Dubitsky votes yes.
Representative Fishbein.
Representative Fishbein votes yes.
I'm sorry, Representative Fishbein, if you wouldn't mind another go.
Representative Fishbein votes yes.
Love it. Thank you. Representative Gucker,
Representative Gucker votes yes.
Representative Harrison,
Representative Harrison votes yes.
Senator Haskell,
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Representative Hennessy,
Representative Hennessy votes
Got
yes.
it. That makes a ton of sense. Sorry.
Representative Horn,
Representative Horn votes yes.
Senator Kasser,
Senator Kasser votes yes.
Senator Kushner, Representative Michelle,
Representative Michelle votes yes.
Representative Mashinsky,
Representative votes yes.
Representative O'Day,
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Representative Parker,
Representative Parker votes yes.
Representative Piscopo,
Representative Piscopo votes yes.
Representative Rabimbis, Representative Rabimbis, Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes vote. Oh, hang on the camera. Representative Reyes votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Smith,
Representative Smith votes yes.
Representative Wilson,
Representative Wilson votes yes.
Representative Young.
Representative Young votes yes.
That concludes my tally.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And now, number 10, the last of the bills for review under Roman numeral number 3, I'm sorry, HB 6384, an act concerning aquatic invasive species effects on lakes and related funding. It is a JFS to the floor. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Representative Michelle, seconded by Representative Hennessy. If committee members who have been on this committee in prior years recall, we did have a bill on the drawdown period of Lake Besic to extend that by a month. Adding a month to the drawdown will help combat invasive species, certainly. And has been proven to be helpful in other areas where there is a drawdown. Also, Section 2 of the bill requires DEEP to report out. You may also recall that in 2019, we passed an aquatic invasive species stamp, which is really a fee on boat registrations, $5 for in-state registrations, $20 for out-of-state registrations. And what this bill does in Section 2 is requires the DEEP report out to the Environment Committee by October of this year, the revenue they've collected from this aquatic invasive species fee, as well as letting us know the number and purpose and value of the grants that they have doled out as from these funds. Receiving this information by the end of the year gives us the potential, if necessary, to act further in a following session on taking action on aquatic species. We know that this is a problem throughout the waterways of the state of Connecticut, and we're doing all we can to really combat that. I see Representative Khan has her hand up. Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say to all my colleagues, out of respect for the folks who've introduced this bill and the work they've done in the past and the very excellent work of lake communities, and out of respect for the process, I will be voting yes today to raise this. I do want to let you all know I'm preparing a friendly amendment down the road, which would broaden the scope of this because it does not address the river, the Connecticut River, which of course can't be drawn down. And I think we need to do a more encompassing net to help our advocacy groups throughout the state coordinate their efforts better. But for now, let's get this bill moving, and I would welcome any and all suggestions on an amendment to strengthen it down the road. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Palm, and thank you for your advocacy. I know you represent towns along the river who are battling hydrilla, and there is one of the aquatic invasive species that we have to contend with here in the state. We really, as discussed, need to figure out a regional approach to this. The Connecticut River, as other waterways in the state of Connecticut, lakes that span multiple towns or even borders of the state, really need a regional approach to this. Otherwise, one town is doing perhaps something to combat these invasive species, while another town isn't or takes a different approach. And we need to figure out what will work best. And each species requires a different approach. And so we really need to figure this out. And I appreciate your advocacy and efforts to do just that. Any other comments or questions from the committee members? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
House Bill 6384, LCO 5042. Senator Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Gresco,
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Senator Slapp,
Senator Slapp votes yes.
Representative Palm,
Rep Palm votes yes.
Senator Minor,
Senator Minor votes yes.
Senator Minor, would you mind saying that one more time, please?
And should I move around?
I don't think that helps at all, but it's fun to watch.
Senator Minor votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Harding,
Representative Harding votes yes.
Representative Berger Givallo,
Representative Berger Javallo votes yes.
Representative Betts,
Representative Betts says yes.
Representative Callahan, Representative Chafee, Representative Chafee, Representative D'Amico,
Representative D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Would you mind repeating that as well, Representative Dillon?
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Dubitsky,
Representative Dubitsky votes yes.
Representative Fishbein,
I wanted to see Representative Dillon wave her arms, but Representative Fishbein votes yes.
thank you. Representative Gucker,
Representative Gucker votes yes.
Representative Harrison,
Representative Harrison votes yes.
Senator Haskell,
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Representative Hennessy,
Hennessy votes yes.
Representative Horn,
Representative Horn votes yes.
Senator Kasser,
Senator Kasser votes yes.
Senator Kushner, Representative Michelle,
Representative Michelle votes yes.
Representative Mashinsky,
Rep. Mashinsky votes yes.
Representative O'Day,
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Representative Parker,
Representative Parker votes yes.
Representative Piscopo,
Representative Piscopo votes yes.
Representative Rabimbis,
Representative Rabimbis votes yes.
Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes votes yes.
and then Representative Ryan.
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Smith,
Representative Smith votes yes.
Representative Wilson,
Representative Wilson votes yes.
Representative Young.
Representative Young votes yes.
Thank you. That concludes the tally.
This is Representative Chafee. I vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you to the committee members. It was a long meeting today. We have surpassed the 4-hour mark, and I just appreciate all of the willingness to have civil conversation about these important bills and dialogue, and look forward to working together with everybody as these move to the floor in a productive manner. So I thank you all for, again, all of your time, energy, and patience today as we navigated this robust agenda. Does my co-chair or ranking members, any comments? Representative Briscoe, before we close out?
No, Madam Chair, ready to go.
Okay, Senator Minor or Representative Harding?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, I'll just announce the time and date of our next meeting, which will be a hearing on Friday, March 19th at 10 a.m. And I will be going into recess. The votes will be held open until 3 p.m. today. And the committee is now in recess.
Gaia, I'm here to vote.
Yeah. We'll all raise our hands.
Have a good day. Have a good weekend, everyone.
You too.
Okay, so I have for Senate Bill 925. Let me see, Senator Slapp,
Senator Slapp votes yes.
and then who else do I have? I have Betts. I don't know if Representative Betts is on still. Representative Fishbein,
Representative Fishbein votes no.
and then Senator Kasser. She's still on?
Yes, sorry, Senator Castro votes yes.
Lovely, thank you. And Senator Kushner, I don't think she's on yet. And then Representative Reyes. And he's not with us. Okay. So I have Senate Bill 927. Senator Slapp.
Senator Slapp votes yes.
And then Representative Betts. Representative Fishbein.
Representative Fishbein votes yes.
Senator Kasser. Sorry, I just saw someone coming in. Senator Kasser.
Yes,
Maybe
Senator Castro
there.
votes yes.
Oh, good. Thank you. And then let's see, for Senate Bill 931. Who do I have here that needs to vote? Betts. I don't think he came back. Castor for 932. I'm sorry, 931 to JF to the floor.
Yes, Senator Castro votes yes.
Kushner isn't here yet. Let's see. Okay. 6499 LCO 5013. Let me see what I need for that. Senator Kasser.
Senator Castro votes yes.
Great. Kasser, I think I have you and Fishbein and Slapp. Let me see. Okay, we're on to the next one for Representative Horn. It's HB 5601.
Representative Horn votes yes.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Let me just make sure I have nobody else for anything else. Oh, Senator Castro, I might need you for a few more. You're still with me, right? Great.
Wait, sorry, did you call me again?
Yes, I did. So Senator Castor, I have 6500 and LCO
Yes, Senator Castro
5012.
votes yes.
Thank you. And that's all that's here right now.
Yeah, this is Representative Smith. Did I have a vote on 931? I was getting my vaccine in the middle of all this.
I don't think you missed anything, but let me just find out. 931.
I don't have it checked off.
Yeah, I have you voted.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Have a good weekend. Bye-bye.
You too. Bye. Thank you for sticking out with me. I just want to make sure. Oh, Representative Callahan, I'm on one that I don't have your vote on yet, which is 6497. JF to the floor. It's at Stormwater Authorities. Oh, he looks like he's muted. Oh, I don't know.
Sorry, Gaia, am I done?
I'm going to check right now for you.
Oh,
I
okay.
just saw- let me make doubly sure. I don't want to let you go and get you stuck. I have you all done.
Thank you so much. Bye.
You're welcome. Have a good one. And Senator Slapp, I think I have you for everything too. And
Great. Thank you. Have a good weekend, everyone.
you're welcome. Take care. Bye.
Madam Clerk?
Yes, Representative, I'll be right with you.
Oh, no problem. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Urbimbis. I think the only one I have you missing is House Bill 6496, LCO 4750, not concerning certain soil-related initiatives. I'm wondering if you're muted. Wait, I can't hear you. I'm not sure if you spoke.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Representative Urbimbis votes yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a great weekend.
You too. Bye.
Representative Reyes to fill in the votes.
Wonderful. Just give me one moment and I'll pull up what votes I need to catch up from you, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. So I have Senate Bill 925, LCO 4757.
The bill, please. What is it?
It's an act prohibiting the import, sale, and possession of African elephants, lions, leopards, black rhinos, white rhinos, and giraffes.
To prohibit, right?
Yes.
Yes. Reyes votes yes.
Okay, and let me see what else I might be missing from you, Representative. I have you all set, Representative. Wait, let me just, yes, I have you all set, Representative.
Thank you. Have a great weekend. Thank you.
You too. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Representative Callahan, I see that you're muted.
You're correct, G. I was muted. I'm
Okay. Let me
I'm with Senator Kirchner. She'll be getting on the line with you shortly. We're down at the governor's press conference in Danbury. So now I've got a few votes.
Yep, your signal's kind of choppy. Just want to let you know, but let me see if I'm missing you on anything.
I'm in a good spot too.
Just 2 votes, okay, Representative?
Okay.
Okay, let me know if you don't hear me. So House Bill 6497, that's an act concerning stormwater authorities.
Yes.
And then 6496, an act concerning soil-related initiatives.
Yes.
Wonderful.
How about the invasive species?
I'm sorry?
The last one was the invasive species. There was an invasive species bill.
Oh, yes. I didn't turn the page. Thank you for catching that. So it's 6384. Yes, aquatic invasive species.
Yes, and very adamant yes.
Thank you. You're all set. Thank you very
Thanks for your
much.
help.
Have a good weekend.
Bye-bye. You too.
Bye. Representative D'Amico.
Hey, Gaia. I'm
Hi.
99% sure I voted on everything, but I was in and out at the beginning of the meeting, so I just want to make absolutely sure. But I think
I appreciate that. It's much easier than chasing anyone down.
There you
So
go.
that's appreciated, especially on a Friday, right?
That's right. That's right.
Okay, let's see. I have you voting on everything. You're all set.
Beautiful. Okay, thanks. Nice job. I know it's not easy to do what you're doing under the circumstances, but good job. Nice
Thank
job.
you.
Thanks,
you.
Gaia. Enjoy.
Take care. I
All right.
will. You too. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Chiefy.
Hi, Senator Kushner.
Hi.
Hi.
Hold on one second, will you?
Of course.
I know I have to vote by 3, right?
You do. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, go ahead.
So what I'd like to
Did
say
all
is
the,
on the agenda 1 through 10, was there any votes that you're going to vote no on?
no,
Okay. And are you voting yes on all the items 1 through 10 on the agenda?
yes.
Okay, that sounds good. I think that's all I need to do. I'll say them really fast since I have at least 1 minute, 2 minutes left. It's SB 925, SB 927, 931, HB 6499, 6502, 6501, 6500, and 6497, 6496, and 6384. And you vote yes on all of those.
That's correct. Thank you.
Sounds wonderful. Take care. Bye.
Thank you, Guy.
Senator Cohen, this the other screening meeting, this won't be the screening meeting, so we'll I have another link for that. This is the committee meeting that I'm ending momentarily. I think you're on mute, but that's okay. I'll call you on your cell.
Well, no, so the screening meeting, okay, it's fine. Different link in my calendar. That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.